All right, Carlos Arana finally on the board. One eight as Carlos serves. That's good play by Carlos there, but Jay able to defend until that last ball that kind of looked to skip right at the feet of Jay Duvier, the flying Frenchman. It's excellent play there from Carlos Arana. He needs to find a way to dig deep and get into that well of athletic play that we just saw from him. Jay choosing to let that ball bounce. Although it worked out, I think he thought possibly that ball was going to land outside the line, but it did not. All right, so after a missed backhand return there, the ball is going to be back in the hands of Jay Duvier at 9-2. Jay anticipating the ball coming back to his forehand. Carlos tried to move it, and that ball sails out wide. So now game point on the paddle of Jay Duvier. And there it is, that ball sailing. The theme of that game was unforced errors and missed returns, just like the prior match with AJ Kohler versus Tyler Loong. Carlos Arana's got to pull it together here if he doesn't want another 11-2 final. These games can get out of hand very quickly as Jay Duvier, the flying Frenchman, handles Carlos Arana 11-2 in game one, easily capturing that win. Looking to do the same in game two. Arana going to the sideline, putting a towel on his head for just a moment, drinking some. Looks to be some type of body armor drink. He's trying to wrap his brain around just getting beat 11-2 by Wichita. Mr. Wichita, I should say, Jay Duvier. I wish I had my French accent going so I could say his name properly, but Duvier is the best I'm gonna probably sound saying that, so. All right, we'll see. Switch it around here for game two. You guys can watch this stream on the PPA's YouTube channel until the Selkirk TV app is up and running smoothly. They've notified us that we'll be watching live on the Pro Pickleball Association YouTube page. So go there for all the action. I'm just informing everybody right now, allowing people to get notification of that, and then I'll stop what I'm doing. All right. A small lead going into game two. Carlos ripping that two-handed backhand, just going out wide though. He has to hit that ball pretty precise against the flying Frenchman, Jay Duvier, as he covers a lot of ground and plays very big on that court. 20 by 44. Pickleball courts seem really small when you've got a guy like Jay Duvier tracking the ball. Nice ball there by Carlos Arana. That's a great spot there from Duvier as he moved Carlos Arana back and forth. Jay looks very focused, very dialed in for this. He wants to finish this in 2, conserve that energy. It's going to be a long day for these pros, especially if they keep winning. Carlos Arana plays very much like a tennis player. Some of these unforced errors look like he's still transitioning his game over from tennis into pickleball, and he'll get the hang of it. These guys are coming over, they're playing singles first. They're not as focused on doubles. They want the opportunity to try to progress and get better in pro singles. They're seeing huge opportunities right now. Carlos really hammering that overhead, but again, missing it wide. He's got to put that ball in play. If you guys want to watch this, you can go to the PPA YouTube channel. All right, 0-5, a quick 5 points in game 2. Carlos Arana just not up to snuff this game against Jay Duvier. It's evident that he's not played this type of caliber before. And he has probably got a few nerves, even though he doesn't show it. He definitely is not playing his best against Jay, but a lot of that is forced. This kind of quality of shot selection, intensity, speed, precision. It's all stuff that Carlos Arana's trying to wrap his brain around here in game 2. And one thing about pickleball is it happens so fast. It happens so quickly in front of you. You don't have a lot of time to process and to think. So if you're not prepared going in, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. No, it's not that I'm not allowed to show anything. It's just that I want you guys to go to the PPA YouTube channel to watch the stream. They've got it up and going, so you guys need to tune in there. And eventually the Selkirk TV app is where you need to be. We'll let you guys know when that is running smoothly. Definitely go ahead and download on your iPhones and smartphones, Androids, and also it's available on the Roku. This one's getting out of hand quickly. 8-0 here. I just think Carlos is just in over his head right now, as Jay is in complete control of this match. This is a timeout hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout, and we'll be back to the action. This is Scott Golden at the PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. See you soon.
So, your opponent has dinked to the middle and then moved the ball wide, effectively pushing you off the court. It's an emergency situation, and what shot you play in this moment could easily cost you the point. Firstly, don't panic. This might not have been your fault, and it happens to everybody. Here's what not to do. Don't try and lob yourself out of danger. You likely won't be on balance, so your odds of success are minimal. Don't attempt blasting a winner through the middle or down the line. When the inevitable counterpunch comes back, you won't be around to help clean up the mess. For at least 1 or 2 shots, your partner might have to play singles, so do them a favor and play the ball back in front of them, ideally with a short but lofted dink. Your opponents won't have a sharp angle to work with, and the extra time this kind of dink takes to land could give you ample opportunity to get back on court and re-engage in the rally. For more information on this subject, check out our Kitchen Essentials.
All right, guys, it's 9-0. I believe that ball was hit inside the line, so Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, has game point and match point here on center court. That was really well played there by Carlos Arana, but perhaps too little too late as he's down 0-10 to the Wichita boy, Jay Duvier, sponsored by Vulcan. He's very smooth with his game. Always entertaining to watch Jay play. No matter who he's playing, he's always going to bring it. He brings the same intensity whether he's up 10-0 or down 10-0 or tied at 10-10. That's too good by Jay there. Taking down Carlos Arana 11-2, 11-0 as he's going to move on in 2. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the action here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. Hope you guys tune in all day long as we bring you these live streams Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right now, we're being told to send you guys over to the PPA YouTube channel. Eventually, we're going to get you on the Selkirk TV app, so make sure you go ahead and downloading that in the meantime. We're going to take a break, and this action will be back live here in a few minutes. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you soon.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Not only is the speed and the power there, the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big sweet spot.
Right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Not only is the speed and the power there, the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big sweet spot.
Right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
I can't believe it. Ben didn't clean the whiteboard.
Dang, thirsty.
paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Could you sign it?
I already signed that one.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself personally.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right.
This is why I stay out of kitchens.
I've been playing professional pickleball for a little over 4 years now. Throughout the day, I would take salt tablets, I would take electrolyte tablets, and when it was hot and it was a long day, I just feel my energy drop. I started taking Electrolyte Supreme in the fall of last year. I played great, and I recovered perfectly. I was like surprised. I know I played a lot over those 3 days or 4 days, and afterwards I wasn't even sore. If you're not drinking electrolytes yet, then you probably haven't tried them.
I think this is going to be our most successful launch ever. I'm really excited.
Hey everybody, I have your coffee.
Awesome.
There you go, boss.
Ben, mine was supposed to be iced.
I asked for soy milk.
I ordered a 9-shot, 1-pump mocha, non-fat, no whip with exactly 4 shakes of cinnamon. This is only 3.
I'm sorry, guys. I can fix this. Let me just get these back.
You should probably stick to pickleball.
Mine's plain water. Gosh. So close.
Out, that's clearly out. Out.
Not even close.
Custom jobber right here. It's triple carbon polyfiber honeycomb tri-blend faceplate. Oh, and it's got Bluetooth. No. Look, here's what you're doing wrong. Man, I love this sport.
Text chains is a hassle. Juggling social media threads is a part-time job. There should be a simpler way to play. At Pickle Play, we do it all. Find and add courts, find and message players, schedule events, create clubs and groups, and so much more. Download the only pickleball companion you need today. Pickle Play. Games for you.
Hey, it's Alex Hamner with Vulcan Pickleball Paddles. I wanted to tell you about this V510 and how I just love some of the things it does for my game. It's a hybrid, so it's really good to help get power, like, you know, from the baseline or on your serve. You want to get it nice and deep. It's good for that. But as I make my way to the net, and sometimes you got to do that defense, the little blocks, because you're just trying to drop it in the kitchen, so you can get your way up to the non-volley zone. And then while you're here, I can hit nice little dinks and drops. I've noticed my control with this paddle is just so much better. You know, I can get a little closer to the line, I can place it where I want a little better, and yet the bonus, when you get that high ball, I still have plenty of power to put it away, and that's always fun.
All right, everybody, this is Scott Golden coming back after that brief hiatus. We've got a great matchup here on championship court number 1. As you see, world number 1, Ben Johns, sponsored by Franklin Pickleball, looking good in his blue and red attire. He's got a nice black and white paddle that he's using today. I like it. It's a good look. Across the net from him is the tall drink of water, Ignacio de Elia, every bit of 6'5", tall, long, athletic, comes from a big tennis background. Just signed a new deal with New Pipo alongside Jack Foster, so we're seeing New Pipo making some moves. They also have Frank Anthony Davis. It looks like they're focused on signing singles players, guys that enjoy playing singles. It's a good look for the sport. It's a good look for New Pipo. And this matchup is going to be intriguing to me because Nacho's long and athletic and smooth. He's got a good, solid game. He's been working on it for a while. But he's up against world number 1, and he's got to be pretty much flawless. We've also got Derek Prince as our official referee for this one. Derek always does a great job. Looking forward to seeing him officiate this matchup on championship court number 1. As these gentlemen continue to warm up for just a few minutes, let's talk about how they got to this point in the bracket. Ben Johns with a bye in the first round, no surprise there. Eric Forsyth out of New York squared off against Ernesto Fajardo in the first round. Ernesto overtook Eric 11-4, 11-1. And then Ernesto played Ben Johns on the court over there to the just off camera from us. Ben Johns was able to win 11-1, 11-4. So he finished that in 2 games. And that brings us to this matchup. And Nacho de Elia played Johnny Pickleball Andrews in the first round. It took Nacho 3 games to win against Johnny Pickleball. He won 11-6 in the third. And now he's on center court with the privilege of playing world number 1 Ben Johns here in Singles Day, Thursday at the PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. I believe that's Matt Mayfield. All right, so we got a thumbs up from Ignacio de Elia out of Tampa, Florida. Residing in Tampa, I should say. Ben Johns out of Maryland. Ben's a senior, I believe, at the University of Maryland. He's going to be, I believe, a materials engineer. We'll see if he actually gets a job in corporate America or if he's going to continue his big run in pickleball as the most prolific player to step foot on these pickleball courts in 2021 at 22 years of age. Nice drop shot there from De Elia. Been revealing recently on an interview with Shepard Smith that he's making somewhere in the ballpark of $250,000 a year playing pickleball. Tremendous income. almost hard to believe that somebody could make that kind of money competing in pickleball. Just a few years ago, pickleball was known as more of a hobby than a professional sport. Now we're seeing the likes of tennis players and badminton players, racquetball players, all coming over, converting to pickleball. It's the fastest growing sport in America. The new hottest trend in recreational and professional sports as the numbers continue to skyrocket. Elia getting into that cat and mouse at the kitchen, the non-volley zone with Ben. Probably not a good idea, but then again, what is against Ben? Nobody really able to unlock the key to success yet against Ben. Been moving that ball on those overheads, missing that one. If you're wondering where to watch the stream right now, you can go to the Professional Pickleball Association's YouTube channel to catch all the action. Eventually, we're going to migrate over to the Selkirk TV app, so make sure you're downloading that in the meantime. They're working hard to get that up and running smoothly. We'll keep you guys informed and updated as we continue to move along here on Singles Day. Any match you see today at the Atlanta Open is going to be singles. It's a great serve. Ben utilizing that chainsaw serve that Zane Navratil, I guess, started, or if you will, invented recently. But he mixes it up. Ben uses a regular serve sometimes and sometimes the chainsaw. He's very good at it. He's been working on it apparently off stage. It's a good battle right there. Elia going toe-to-toe with world #1 Ben Johns at the net. He was able to capture that point, but who knows if he'll be able to do that over and over. It's a good ball there. Forehand rip past Ben Johns. Very well played there. Nice around the post. That's where his length really comes into play there. He went out wide on that backhand and was able to slap it around the post for a winner. Ben not able to defend that one. Ben's really moving Ignacio Elia around the court right now. He's got to be careful exhausting himself too much early in these points. Ben will move you around sideline to sideline and wear you down. So as the game goes on, it will become increasingly more and more difficult to stay in these points. Right there, Ben utilizing power, followed up by finesse and touch. Very, very well played by Ben Johns. If you're watching this live stream, it's only live to inform people that they need to go watch the PPA Atlanta Open on their YouTube channel. So the PPA YouTube channel. That's the only reason this stream exists right now, okay, guys? I'm not showing the actual match because we want you guys to be watching on the PPA YouTube channel. And then eventually we're going to get you guys on the Selkirk TV app. So make sure you're downloading that. Yeah, this is only existing so that we can inform people of where to watch the stream. So I don't anticipate people staying on this stream very long, mine, because it's showing my face only.
Attention players, we're looking for Aaron Frederick. Aaron.
See, he's again getting moved around. I mean, Ben's just going sideline to sideline. Boy, I tell you, that's a lot of running around to not get the point. Okay, guys, so I've just been informed by our staff that we are live on the Selkirk TV app and also the PPA YouTube channel still. So please go tune into that. Again, my stream is just existing so that you guys can be up to date on the latest information. So tell everybody, make everybody aware that you can go watch it on the Selkirk TV app. It's crystal clear on there. You'll hear all my commentary there, as well as the PPA YouTube channel. Scores 2-7 right now. So 7-2 here in game one. Ben in complete control. Unlike tennis, where if you go out wide and you rip the ball like that, you're not going to have a chance to recover because the ball can just be dropped soft. And so that's really the difference right there. You've got to be able to control the ball and utilize that non-volley zone. A timeout brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Ignacio de Elia wanting the 60 seconds to regroup as it's 8-2. We're going to take a quick timeout and we'll be right back.
Get your fun to feel good here, folks. Fun to feel good. Get your fun to feel good here.
Ben, it's not called It's Fun to Feel Good. It's Electrolyte Supreme.
Oh, okay. This guy looks like a cramper.
Get your electrolytes.
Ben, you can't throw product at the customer.
Oh.
Thanks for joining, everybody. This is Scott Golden here at the PPA Atlanta Open here on singles day. We've got Ben Johns up 8-2 in game one here against Ignacio de Elia. Another error from Ignacio at the baseline as Ben takes his time walking back to that serving position. Feeling confident. Two-9. So if you watched what Ben did there, that was very smart on his part. He took that ball that Nacho hit, dropped it, and then when Nacho came up, he drove it right at him, which is a strategy in pickleball. Oh, Ignacio taking a spill there. I think he's okay. He was just hustling to that ball. He popped right back up. Now taking his time to come over there and get that ball.
This is the second call for player Frank Solana. Frank Solana, your final call to court 5B.
3-9. Nine three. Game one in the books there as Ben Johns takes down Ignacio de Elia. A hard-fought battle from Nacho, but Ben Johns just proving why he's still world #1 in singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. We're going to take a quick break between these games, and we'll be back to the action. This is Scott Golden. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back. This is Scott Golden joining you live at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. As we kick off game 2 on championship court #1, Ignacio de Elia is going to be serving at 0-0 to Ben Johns. It's a tough matchup for Ignacio. Quick side out.
One of you guys come off that chair. Just wait for the quick.
Zero, zero.
Boy, that is a massive put away right there from Ben Johns. It's got to be a little discouraging playing against the #1 singles player in the world on championship court. He's just so methodical, so disciplined. Rarely does he make unforced errors, and he makes you work for every single point. As I say that, he hits a ball too long, but for the most part, he's very disciplined. Been attacking that forehand from about 3/4 of the way back, dumping that one into the net. Little displeasure, but he just walks back, gets set up, and on to the next point. Still 0-0 looks like. Ignacio de Elia running for that ball, unable to get a clean look at it. Giving credit to Ben Johns, saying good shot. Still 0-0, but I don't expect it to stay that way. Right on cue, Ben racks up his first point of game 2 off a missed return from Nacho. Oh boy, that's really good from D'Elia as he slices that backhand into the kitchen. Ben John's unable to handle that one. Didn't even get there before the second bounce, actually. That's a great sequence of shots right there from D'Elia as he rips all 3 of those balls. The third one passing Ben Johns down the right sideline. Not sure he can keep up that kind of pace against Ben, but if he can, he may have a chance here in game 2. It's not uncommon for Ben to drop a game sometimes as he moves methodically through the bracket. Sometimes he has a little bit of a letdown, or the other team or the other player catches fire. This game's all about momentum. Right now, Ignacio catching a little momentum, up 2-1. Oh, he kind of gave up on his own shot. I think he was thinking that his ball wasn't going to make it. And when it did, it shot out wide, and Ben Johns took it around the post. If D'Elia would have been ready for that, he might have been able to defend the around the post. It's early score of 1-2 in game 2. Ignacio, third, dumps into the net there, giving the ball back to Ben Johns with an opportunity to score some points here. And score he will. That's a good around the post. Ben's ball clipping the net and going out just wide enough for D'Elia to send it around the post. We've had a couple ATPs here in game 2 already. One successful from Ben Johns, the other successful from D'Elia. Another good passing shot from Ignacio D'Elia as he is trying to get his own momentum ramped up here in game 2, knowing he lost 11-2 in the first game. Can be quite an eye-opener and motivating. And right as I say that, he misses that serve. Johnson Cola squaring off against Kyle Yates just off center court. Oh boy, that's a nice rip there from D'Elia as he rolls that forehand on the run back across the body of Ben Johns for a clean winner. Nacho up 4-3. but Ben taking advantage of that high third, pounding that ball with his backhand for a clean winner there. Ben is trailing by 1, but probably not for long. Although D'Elia is showing great composure and poise here in game 2, much better showing from him here than in that first game. He's making Ben work much harder. Those balls are going up and over. Oh, he just didn't have enough in him. He did something to his right leg. I don't know if he is cramping or if he just tweaked something, but he called a quick timeout right after that. Speaking of that, this hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health, and we're going to take a quick 60-second timeout, and we'll be back to this action in a minute.
My game improved a lot. I know that throughout the day, I'm going to be fine for those 12 to 14 hours if it takes that long. My body's going to hold up. So that was great, not having to worry about one more thing besides just playing pickleball.
In pickleball, the last thing I want to
Get your fun to feel good.
I can't believe it. Ben didn't clean the whiteboard.
All right, guys, we're back to the action. Thanks for joining us here. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but Ben Johns is utilizing the chainsaw serve. 4-4. He's very efficient with that serve. He keeps that ball low and accurate. Oh boy, Nacho, D'Elia running all over the court right now. Now we've got a lead change at 6-4. Ben not getting a friendly roll there from the net as he sides it out, giving the ball back to Nacho D'Elia. That ball whizzing past D'Elia. Another good shot from him to Ben Johns. Another too good verbalization from D'Elia as Ben is really finding his groove now. We're going to take a quick 60 seconds timeout. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. I'm Scott Golden. We're here at the PPA Atlanta Open. We'll be back to the action in a minute.
Dang, thirsty.
right, guys, Scott Golden here. Thanks for tuning in and joining me all day long here at the 2021 Atlanta, Georgia Open, brought to you by Acrotex Sports Surfaces. Ben Johns utilizing that chainsaw type serve. Oh boy. Ben attacking that with all his force. Does not get it to roll over, so now the score is 4-9. D'Elia with the chance to close the gap. He's really hitting that forehand roll well back across the body of Ben Johns. Oh, that's a tough miss right there, as Ben Johns now has game point and match point on the paddle of that black Franklin paddle. And there it is. Ignacio D'Elia comes up a little short in 2 games. Ben Johns just a little too much to handle as he goes to sign the paperwork now with amazing ref Derek Prince. We're gonna take a break, guys, and we'll be back to the action soon.
Arizona for the Foot Solutions Grand Slam, the first event of 2021 for the PPA. Zane Navratil playing Ben Johns in a little singles action. And I know there's a lot of you out there who maybe don't love singles pickleball, maybe you don't play it, maybe you don't really enjoy watching. You think, oh, the points are so short. There's winners, there's errors. You don't get very exciting rallies like you do in doubles pickleball. And I get that, I understand that. But what I'm gonna do today is a little bit different on PPA Hot Shots. Is I'm going to try to show you that singles pickleball can be awesome. And we've got 11 points here from the men's final, Johns versus Navratil. I think you're really going to like. Let's get to number 11 right off the bat. This is an amazing backhand from Zane Navratil. Comes up to the net, pushes Johns around. Johns thinks he's out of trouble. That high backhand volley smashes that away. Nicely done. That's a lot of power off that backhand side. Ben Johns is so good at counterattacking here. You're going to see Navratil thinks he's got something wrapped up, and Johns with that forehand redirect volley to the open court. So tough, Mr. Johns is. You know what? You don't get a lot of chances against Ben Johns, so when you do get an opportunity, you better take it. And Navratil does a great job of that right here, loading up to hit that open stance, swinging forehand volley. That is an impressive shot. In the modern game right now, there's a lot of 1-2 punch action going. You hit that drive and you immediately start going forward looking for something to pounce on. Navratil does it as well as anyone. Signature serving style. And I love this, the flying Zane Navratil. Look at that jumping forehand volley. Even Ben Johns knows. That is a pretty impressive shot. Nicely done. Singles pickleball is cool because you can really make your opponent run around the court. Maybe that's why some of you don't like to play it so much. You can create some amazing angles, and we see a nice example of that here in our number 6 point, why you should love pickleball. Watch this angle coming up. Navratil pulls Johns out wide. Johns thinks he's got it and just sails a little bit on him. Good overhead here. Johns is able to get back on even terms. He's got a chance. Maybe that could have been around the post, not so sure. Anyway, Navratil takes that one. Number 5, this is why I love watching Zane Navratil. Look how stretchy this man is. Laying out there, getting that forehand volley. That is a big time play from him. Johns will usually win that point. Navratil pulls it out. Good hustle by Johns. Navratil's a great mover here, but in this case, Ben Johns gets him going the wrong way. This is a bit of an ankle breaker there. Ben Johns so tough on that backhand, disguising where he's going to go with it. Look at that late impact point, and at the last second just changes the angle of his paddle. That is why Ben Johns is the best singles player in the world. When you play singles, one of the reasons you see so many errors is that players have this opportunity to thread the needle, and they've got to do it. And what makes this especially impressive is that this was to win the first game by Navratil. That is a big time backhand, finding the inside of that line. One of the reasons Ben Johns is so tough is how solid he is at the net. Feels like you're playing against a wall. And here's a nice example. Ben Johns just keeps that ball in play again. You're gonna feel that pressure if you're Navratil finally having the opportunity. He just misses a little bit wide, can't believe it. One of the great things about singles pickleball is the diversity of play you see here, the different skills players have to have. Being able to bash from the back of the court, try to get out of trouble, try to move your opponents, and then a little bit of a soft game up at the net, a little cat and mouse. Navratil ends it with a nice backhand angle. That's good stuff. Hey, and by the way, did you know that this was all from just game number 1 of this match? All right, let's take a quick look again at some of these points. Zane Navratil, Ben Johns at the 2021 Foot Solutions Grand Slam, the first event for the PPA of the year. Lots more to come. I'm Mark Renison. This is PPA Hot Shots, and it was brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Lucia Kovalova. Pickleball Cocktail.
And cut.
Patrick, did you get all the shots you need? Because I would really like to go play pickleball.
Lucy, I'm making art here. Did Michelangelo take a break from the Sistine Chapel to go play soccer?
Places, everyone.
If she's got to go, I can take her spot.
We head to Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2020 PPA Championship. Great women's doubles match here. We're going to look at it in its entirety, and then we're going to take it apart piece by piece. Let's begin by IDing these players. Simone Jardim is serving along with partner Lauren Stratman. Jardim is going to hit this serve and then slide to the left side of her court because that's where she'd prefer to play this point. Jessie Irvin is receiving the serve. She's well behind the baseline. That's going to give her lots of time to set up and hit the ball the way she wants. Partner Irina Terashenko, she's well over near the sideline, and that's important because Stratman is the one being targeted with this Irvin return. And by Terashenko being so far to the left, that gives a lot of room for Irvin to hit that ball where she wants. Now right off the bat, we get some action. Terashenko's forehand volley clips the top of the net, barely gets over, and Stratman's got to hustle. She gets to the ball but has to decide, does she go down the line or cross court? She knows that cross court is longer, and a longer distance the ball has to travel means more time she'll have to get back in position. She reestablishes herself outside the kitchen. Irvin continues to target her, but Stratman is well set up. She's ready for the battle. Now notice right here, Simone Jardim, she's trying to support her partner. She creates some open space at the side by crouching over toward the middle. Terashenko and Irvin, they are disciplined. They're going to stick with the game plan, not falling for Simone's tricks. Cross-court rally ensues until this ball goes a little too wide, and notice here how Stratman and Jardim look at their body position. They are square, not to the net in front of them, but to where the ball is on the court. They know they've got to be ready for that ball. It's out wide. Notice Terashenko, she doesn't go over too far, even when it's a cross-court dink to her partner. But the time she moves is when that ball is really wide. And why is that? Well, it's because she knows that if this ball does come back over the net after this around the post attempt from Irvin, Terashenko's got to be able to cover two areas. The ball could be hit back down the line, or it could be hit cross court. So Terashenko, by coming right to the center of the court, she's really splitting the difference. Jardim is not able to redirect with much of an offensive shot, just able to play a dink back in the kitchen. Terashenko handles it and continues the pressure on Stratman. This gives time for Irvin to come back into the court or back into neutral. Now watch Jardim here. She pounces on this cross-court drive from Irvin and puts this ball away, hitting Terashenko in the process. Now, how did Simone do that? We notice here the ball gets really tight to Irvin. We call that getting jammed. And it's important to note that the thing that controls where the ball goes in terms of direction is the angle of the paddle at the moment of contact. Jardim realizes that Irvin is jammed and knows that it's going to be unlikely that she can hit the ball down the line. She knows that from this position, the ball is more likely than not to go cross-court, and so Simone really rolls the dice here, speaking of Las Vegas, and goes for that poach, gets the ball out of the air, and is able to finish off the point. This is high-level pro pickleball doubles at its best. Really great point. All four of these players, a delight to watch. I'm Mark Renison. This is a PPA Hot Shot, and it was brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Girls, I love being a girl. I love to play. I love to inspire, and I love to have fun. So you go girl. Go play. Go inspire. Go have fun. Because it's fun to be you. It's fun to play. It's fun to inspire. And it's fun to feel good.
We head to Las Vegas for the 2020 Pro Players Cup as part of the PPA Championship. Far side of the court in red, Dave Weinbach, along with his partner Ben Johns. And on the near side of the court, in the yellow, is Matt Wright and his partner Tyler Loon. Let's watch the rest of this point and then break it down. All right, pay attention to Dave Weinbach here. He really is the hero of this point. He's going to serve and slide to his right, putting his backhand in the middle of the court. Notice it's a pretty short serve, but that's okay for Weinbach and Johns because they prefer to dominate at the net. That's where they're most effective. And you'll see here, Weinbach coming up really early as Johns hits that third shot drop. I recommend doing that only when you have a lot of confidence your partner's going to play a good third. Weinbach's applying maximum pressure here to Matt Wright. So what does he do? He says, hey, there's not much pressure with Ben Johns at the back of the court. Let's just keep that ball deep. It might not win us the point, but at least it won't hurt us. Notice right here, Weinbach backs up, anticipating an attack. That's a bit of a high ball on the right forehand. He backs up, he's ready for it. Ball doesn't come to him. Have you ever been told that you should have your paddle up? Notice where Weinbach's paddle is. It's below his waist. We're going to come back to that in a minute, but remember, his paddle's pretty low here. After a few tries, Johns hits a great drop. Both he and Weinbach identify that this is the case. It's going to force an upward hit, so they move forward, applying pressure. Remember how Weinbach's paddle was below his waist? What's going on here? Why was he able to defend so well and counterattack? Well, that's because his paddle is just barely above net height. It doesn't need to be chest high, it just needs to be as high as the ball is going to come. And Weinbach knows that if Wright hits this ball fast, if it's much higher than that, that ball is going to sail out. So even though his paddle wasn't high on his body, it was at the right height where an attacking shot would come. And because his paddle's in the right place, he's able to counterattack, accelerate off that backhand side, go to the open court, and he lets Wright know he's happy with that outcome. Let's look at this point one more time. 4 of the top players in men's pickleball. I love watching all 4 of these guys play, and a really nice job of rethinking a little bit where the paddle needs to be and how to counterattack when that ball comes hard at you. This has been another PPA Hot Shot. I'm Mark Renison, and this has been brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Oh, man, my mouse battery's dead again.
I got you.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Man, I'm still hungry. Oh, here you go. Thanks, Ben.
Oh, cramp.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, man.
Here you go. Pickleball cocktail.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Oh, man.
I got it. There you go.
Thanks, Ben.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
Managing text chains is a hassle. Juggling social media threads is a part-time job. There should be a simpler way to play. At Pickle Play, we do it all. Find and add courts, find and message players, schedule events, create clubs and groups, and so much more. Download the only pickleball companion you need today. Pickle Play. Games for you.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Scott Golden joining me all weekend long are you fine folks at home. If you don't have the pleasure of being here in person, we're thankful for each and every one of you guys tuning in all weekend long as we've got a next singles matchup going here on championship court number 1. We've got Inga Carr as our referee. In the orange shirt and white hat, you've got Frank Solana. He's out of St. Simons Island, Georgia. That's a mouthful to say right there. He comes from a tennis background. He's been playing pickleball about 2 years now. July will be 2 years, actually. And he's playing with a Selkirk paddle. Edin Lika, the Romanian, every bit of 6'5", 240 pounds, living in Delray Beach, Florida now. Edin was able to take down his opponent in the first round, and I believe even the second round, and now he's here on championship court for the third round of his run here at the PPA tournament. Frank up 1-0 here early. All right. Side out. Edin Lika on the board now. Fellow Monarch-sponsored player. Monarch owned by Dick's Sporting Goods. That's a great ball down the line from Edin on his one-handed backhand. He's very precise with those shots. He really relies on his touch and feel of the paddle and the ball. He's never really in a hurry. He tries to control his opponent. Oh boy, that's tough right there. That's incredible for a big man. He moves exceptionally well. And then the placement of that ball, rolling it back cross court on Frank Solana. Unbelievable shot there by Edin Lika, a highlight for sure. There's another passing shot. He does this to opponents. Once he gets going, he uses their momentum against them. They'll commit left, he'll go right. They commit right, he'll go back left. He's extremely hard to read. He holds the ball on his paddle longer than anybody else that I've seen and can hold the shot and really, really manipulate. Frank doing a good job there, cutting that ball off early. And that's what he's got to do right there to have some success against the 6'5" Romanian Edin Lika. 1-4 here. A quick point from Frank Solana, now 2-4. All right. 5-2 here early in game one. Seven 7-2, an early lead here as Edin attacks that ball, gets that thing to roll over. Oh, this is a game to 15, I apologize. I thought this was 2 out of 3, so this is a consolation match. I was not aware of that, I apologize. So they're gonna switch sides at 8. Yes, we're going to take a quick hydration break, guys, as they are switching ends at 8. We'll be right back after this.
I got you a new paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Could you sign it?
I already signed that one.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself personally.
Okay.
All right, guys, it's 8-2. Inga Carr with that serve. Frank missing that return there. An easy point racked up now for Edin Lika in a game to 15. Those are big points. Start to stack up against the opponent. Good backhand roll there from Frank Solana out of Saint Simon Island in Georgia. That ball missing. This the only match going on live right now. The other two courts in this stadium are not being used at the moment. Nine 3. Edin looks to be in complete control at this point. It's 10-3 now. A couple missed returns have stacked up against Frank Solana. He's got to eliminate these unforced errors if he wants to stay in this game. Score is 3-10.
Attention, if you have a clipboard with board number 8A, please return immediately to tournament desk. Clipboard 8A, someone grabbed it, and it is not yours.
Second and final call for Ernesto Fajardo to court 3A. Final call for Ernesto Fajardo, court 3A.
That ball missing on the one-handed backhand of Edin Lika. 3-10 as Frank looks to claw his way out of this hole he's dug. And as the wind has now picked up here on championship court, we'll see how that comes into play. A timeout from Frank Solana, as he wasn't able to execute on that offensive series. I think that's a smart timeout by Frank, just to gather his composure. We're gonna take a quick timeout. This hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back in just a minute.
Wow.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right.
This is why I stay out of kitchens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that 60-second hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health, we are returning to action as Edin Lika is in complete control, up 10-3 in this consolation match against Frank Solana out of St. Simon Island. There's another good ball placed very well from Edin Lika. Frank not able to get that ball to roll over. 11-3 now. A little too much power there from Edin Lika. He knew it as soon as he hit it. It came flying off the paddle. 3-11. Frank's got to find his groove here. Ball missing wide. Little visible frustration from Frank as he knew he missed that one. 11-3, again in complete control. At 12-3, Edin decides to take a timeout. Not sure exactly why he's using that timeout, but big smile on his face.
Professional pickleball for a little over 4 years now. Throughout the day, I would take salt tablets, I would take electrolyte tablets, and when it was hot and it was a long day, I just feel my energy drop. I started taking Electrolyte Supreme in the fall of last year. I played great, and I recovered perfect. I was like surprised. I know I played a lot over those 3 days or 4 days, and afterwards I wasn't even sore. If you're not drinking electrolytes yet, then you probably haven't tried them.
And looks like this hydration break from Jigsaw Health is coming to an end. At 12-3, Edin decided to use one of his timeouts. I believe that's his MO. He likes to use them strategically to conserve energy. Make sure he doesn't get tired at any point. Boy, that's good. He certainly looked like he was going to go to the right, to Frank's right, and then at the last second he flipped it back the other way. 13-3 now. Oh, he forgot to switch sides. I think he just wasn't paying attention there. So an easy side out as an mental error from Edin Lika gives the ball back to Frank Solana. Yeah, too good there from Edin. You cannot give Edin that advantage getting up to the net and keeping you back, because he will move you sideline to sideline. He hits the ball with a lot of precision and some power when he needs it.
13-3.
The ball clipping the net, going out wide. Not the result Edin wanted there, but nonetheless, Frank with an opportunity to claw back in this at 3-13. He's got to find ways to get some points. It might start with that right there. Oh, good get there. That's great execution from both players. Edin coming out on top there with that length. 14-4. Edin likes the timeouts because he gets some music playing for him. We're going to take a quick 60-second hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back in a few.
Most successful launch ever. I'm really excited.
Hey everybody, I have your coffee.
Awesome.
There you go, boss.
Ben, mine was supposed to be iced. I asked for soy milk.
I ordered a 9-shot, 1-pump mocha, non-fat, no whip with exactly 4 shakes of cinnamon. This is only 3.
I'm sorry, guys. I can fix this. Let me just get these back.
You should probably stick to pickleball.
Mine's plain water.
I used to keep the mustard packages and pickle juice in my bag.
Just water. Because I don't drink enough water, and most of the water I drink, I just pour on it.
Do you ever have any problems cramping out on the court?
Sometimes, yeah, and when it's hot.
I'm a big-time cramper.
Occasionally I do, yeah. Why do you think that is? Because I play hard.
This right here, the cocktail, the pickleball cocktail, is what saves me in my tournaments. Has saved me before, and it will continue to save me.
Welcome back to the live broadcast here at the 2021 Atlanta, Georgia Open. Edin Lika, incomplete control, finishing that game 15-4 with that nice, smooth, one-handed backhand winner. Cleanly hit there from Edin Lika. This is Scott Golden as we wrap up this consolation match. Our next matchup on championship court number 1 is going to be a great face-off match between two pro ladies who just won the women's pro doubles together at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, and now they'll be squaring off against each other here in just a few minutes on women's and men's pro singles day. Katherine Parinto versus Callie Smith coming up next. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Hang tight, everybody.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
Cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cramp.
I was playing 8 days a week, playing tournaments all over the place. On June 8th of this year, I had a heart attack. I knew that I wanted to get well as fast as I could. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me a sample pack of the stack. Now, even post-heart attack, I love being able to compete with the kids. The Jigsaw products, I think, are what are allowing me to do that. Anybody that wants to have hydration and endurance, they should be taking these products.
That is really good.
Oh, that is delicious.
It tastes like berries. Berrylicious.
Berrylicious.
You saw nothing.
The year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Not only is the speed and the power there,
Yeah.
the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big
Right,
sweet spot.
right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep.
So, your opponent has dinked to the middle and then moved the ball wide, effectively pushing you off the court. It's an emergency situation, and what shot you play in this moment could easily cost you the point. Firstly, don't panic. This might not have been your fault, and it happens to everybody. Here's what not to do. Don't try and lob yourself out of danger. You likely won't be on balance, so your odds of success are minimal. Don't attempt blasting a winner through the middle or down the line. When the inevitable counterpunch comes back, you won't be around to help clean up the mess. For at least 1 or 2 shots, your partner might have to play singles, so do them a favor and play the ball back in front of them, ideally with a short but lofted dink. Your opponents won't have a sharp angle to work with, and the extra time this kind of dink takes to land could give you ample opportunity to get back on court and re-engage in the rally. For more information on this subject, check out our Kitchen Essentials videos on CoachMePickleball.com.
When the return of serve is hit down the middle of the court, the serving team gets to decide who hits the third shot. But how should this decision be made? It would be a mistake to default to say that the forehand always takes the middle. While it may be the case that it's advantageous sometimes to have the person who has the forehand in the middle of court to take the ball, this isn't always true. Many players are more comfortable hitting backhand drops. You could also make an argument that if both players are approximately at the same skill level, having the shorter player play the third shot is a good idea, since this allows the taller player to come forward sooner and to put pressure on the team at the net. Understanding who will take returns of serve down the center of the court is a really easy way for all players to gain an advantage. A quick chat about who's going to take balls down the middle is a great way to make sure that your team is on the same page. This week on PPA Hot Shots, we've got some fancy footwork and some quick thinking from some men's pro doubles action in Tampa, Florida. Let's head to Hillsborough Community College in Tampa, Florida for the Simone Jardim Florida Grand Slam, a PPA event 2021. On the near side of the court, you have Adam Stone and Deckel Barr. They're taking on Steve Deacon and Matt Wright. Let's watch this point in its entirety, and then we'll break it down.
Oh, a little ATP around the post.
This is a doozy of a men's pro doubles match. 4 heavy hitters out on the court, and starts off pretty normally. Matt Wright serving from the left side, and it's this third shot drop, this cross-court drop that's pretty wide. That's what gets the ball rolling. Look where Barr is. Now, in this case, he's very likely to go cross-court. Why is that? Well, because Deacon is looking for a down-the-line Ernie attempt. He knows that from that position, Barr is maybe going to have a little bit of trouble getting the ball cross-court, and so Deacon is looking to attack. Barr does go with that cross-court, and watch what Matt Wright does here. This is some fancy footwork to get outside the court to use his forehand. This piece of footwork is called a cross-behind step. You can see how he crosses one foot behind the other. That allows him to move laterally while still being in a good hitting position. That is advanced footwork, folks. Now, why would he want to move way over to this position to hit a forehand? Well, there are a few reasons. Generally, when you hit with your forehand, you can lower the paddle head a little bit more so than you can on the backhand. You can see that here. That allows for players to be able to get some top spin or really whip it at their opponents if they want to hit with some speed. Also from this position, Matt Wright is a major threat. He could go cross-court with this forehand dink. We would call that an inside-out forehand. He could go down the line toward Adam Stone. He could try to go right at someone's body or through the middle. So from this position, Matt Wright is a big threat. So what does he decide to do? He decides to go for that inside-out forehand, targeting the backhand of Barr. But unlucky for Matt Wright, the ball catches off the top of the net. This changes its trajectory. It ends up going wider than Wright had planned, and it ends up being tighter to the net. And this spells trouble for Deacon, who now has to defend a down the line. You'll see Barr here gets way out wide. He knows the around the post, the ATP opportunity is coming. And generally speaking, you're going to hit that ball hard and you're going to hit that ball low. Notice how low to the ground the ball is before Barr strikes it. That's because he wants to get it out as wide as possible to give himself as much angle as possible. He does in fact keep this ball low, hits it hard enough. It goes through the wickets of Deacon. Not much you can do to defend there. So to me, this is a really nice example of advanced footwork, quick decision-making, heads-up pickleball, and really how the game is evolving. Players are looking for offensive opportunities at every chance they get. Great pickleball from these men, and this PPA Hotshot is brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Hey, Matt. I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Would you sign it?
Why do you need my signature?
For...
No, if that's what you want, Patrick, I'm gonna need you to sign a few documents first. This is an NDA. Sign down here, initial and date.
Should I ask my lawyer about this?
I can't advise you on that.
Should I ask a doctor?
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
It does hurt a little bit.
When the difference between winning and losing can be so slight, it makes sense for teams to set up in a way that gives them as much of an advantage as possible. Very often this is done by stacking. That is, serving or returning serve with both players on the same side of the court, so that as the point unfolds, a team can have each player playing on the preferred side. This is a useful solution if a player must serve or return from one side of the court, but would rather play the point on the other. But there are some drawbacks to stacking. Most notably, it's entirely predictable. With very few exceptions, it is always clear to the opposing team which side each player is planning to play the point on. Stacking has predictable movement patterns, both after the serve and after the return of serve. What we are seeing from more of the advanced players is a movement pattern that is less predictable. That is, teams will serve or return using standard positioning, and then sometimes switch this positioning as the point begins to unfold. What makes it unpredictable is that teams will vary whether they switch or not. This is an excellent solution when an opponent is isolating one of your players. By sometimes switching and sometimes staying, it makes it harder for opponents to get the ball to the player that they're targeting. When switching during serving, players would typically discuss what their plan is. But when switching on a return of serve, it is more common to see hand signals used. This is a way for the net player to indicate to the returner what they would like to do. The returner should acknowledge that they like the plan, or let the net player know that they don't like it, and they should do the opposite. The timing of the switch is important. If you go well before the opponents hit the ball, there is a good chance that they will see where each player is setting up. While this may have the advantage of throwing them off, typically the opponent will have enough wherewithal to make the adjustment to get the ball where they want. A more effective way to switch is to time the movement for just before the player makes contact. By this point, the hitter's head is down and it will be more difficult for them to see, even peripherally, who has moved where. In many ways, stacking and switching perform the same function. That is, they allow a team to play the point with the players on their preferred side. Where switching has an advantage is that it is less likely to telegraph to the opponents what a team is planning to do.
Until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Not only is the speed and the power there,
Yeah.
the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big
Right,
sweet spot.
right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
Managing text chains is a hassle. Juggling social media threads is a part-time job. There should be a simpler way to play. At Pickle Play, we do it all. Find and add courts, find and message players, schedule events, create clubs and groups, and so much more. Download the only pickleball companion you need today. Pickle Play. Games for you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream here on Thursday, Men's and Women's Pro Singles Day here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. Boy, that's a mouthful right there. But we're excited to be here, bringing you the live action all day long here in the booth. Scott Golden. Our next matchup is going to be a good one. It's always really entertaining and exciting to watch these two elite pro female players. They play women's pro doubles together this tournament as well. And at the U.S. Open last month, they took down Simone Jardim and Lucy Kovalova for the first time, as they now square off, finding themselves in a interesting situation. Let's take a look at the bracket. Callie Smith and Katherine Parento are playing each other, ironically, in the first round of this women's pro singles bracket. Now, I'm not sure how this worked out to be this way. It's not normal, I think, for two top females to square off in the first round. But the only thing I can think is that there was only 10 females in this whole bracket, and it just worked out this way randomly. I can't imagine that they actually set this up intentionally with the seeding, because if they would have, it'd be odd to me that they would have this matchup in the first round against each other. But neither here nor there. We have the ladies on the court with referee Steve Hast as they get ready to do battle. Callie Smith out of Utah playing with an Onyx paddle, and Katherine Parento with a Paddle Tech paddle, also sponsored by Takea water bottles. And she's got a nice black and white Takea shirt on, sleeveless tank top. Callie Smith sporting her dark blue tank top as well. Looks like Callie's wearing a set of white Nike shoes. And Katherine Parento, let me see if I can get a close look at her shoes there. I believe she's wearing, I think it's ASIC or Adidas. I think that's Adidas maybe. I think I'm seeing Adidas shoes from Katherine. I'm not 100% sure. Looks like Katherine Parento's getting a little last-minute coaching or advice from her partner, Athena. This should be a very, very entertaining match here. Looks like Katherine Parento is going to be serving first to Callie Smith. And we're about to get underway. Buckle up for this one, folks. A lot of energy on that return from Callie Smith. It sails long. First point on the board for Katherine Parento. Boy, that's a good ball by Katherine. It's 2-0. Boy, that ball just shot sideways off of Katherine's paddle. Callie with a lot of spin on that ball. Smith doing a great job there, moving Parento around the court. That early 2-lead advantage from Katherine Parento disappeared. And now Callie Smith taking the lead here off a missed return.
3-2.
So after a quick 2-0 lead from Katherine Parento, Callie Smith comes out of the gate hot, Goes up 5-2 now. We've got a quick timeout. This hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action in just a few minutes, or 60 seconds, I should say. Hang tight.
Berry-licious. Berry-licious. Bye.
All right, thanks for joining me. This is Scott Golden. After that 60-second timeout, Callie Smith will be serving up 5-2 early in game one. A couple early lead changes here from both ladies. I expect this game to go back and forth. Oh boy, that's tough. I think Katherine Parento switched hands right there and rolled it back across the body of Smith. She was unable to recover off that. A little too much juice off that serve. So a quick side out. As Smith looks to advance her lead here in game one, as she does off that point. Oh boy, that's solid play right there by Smith. She dropped that ball just out of reach from that paddle tech paddle of Katherine Parento. Parento started out strong at 2-0 and since has not been able to get back off the ground. Callie Smith now up 7-2 as she serves here in game one. Another nice passing shot on that two-handed backhand down the line. Smith looking very focused and dialed in. Super aggressive on her forehand. 9-2. There's a good return by Parento, getting a side out. She's got quite a hole to dig out of here. She's just off right here in game one. Not the Katherine Parento we're used to seeing. Callie Smith making it very difficult on her. Another forehand passing shot from Smith. Parento with no answers at this point. She's got to find a way to get a side out and get the ball back in her possession because this game's gonna get out of hand quickly if not. It already has, looks like. There it is. 11-2 final, game one. They're gonna get about a 2-minute break, switch ends, and they're gonna do it again. This is Scott Golden here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. This is singles day. We'll be right back to the action in just a few minutes.
Pickleball paddles. I wanted to tell you about this V510 and how I just love some of the things it does for my game. It's a hybrid, so it's really good to help get power, like, from the baseline or on your serve. You want to get it nice and deep. It's good for that. But as I make my way to the net, And sometimes you got to do that defense, the little blocks, because you're just trying to drop it in the kitchen so you can get your way up to the non-volley zone. And then while you're here, I can hit nice little dinks and drops. I've noticed my control with this paddle is just so much better. You know, I can get a little closer to the line, I can place it where I want a little better. And yet, the bonus, when you get that high ball, I still have plenty of power to put it away, and that's always fun.
I can't believe it. Ben didn't clean the whiteboard.
Welcome back to Peachtree Corners, Georgia, here at the Lifetime Fitness. Game 2 is kicking off with Callie Smith serving first.
Sound check. Don Stanley, this is your sound check, just for you.
That's a good first point out of the gate for Katherine Parinto, as she needed that to get the ball and have a chance to take the lead early here in Game 2. After jumping up 2-0 last game, she stumbled just a bit and lost 11-2, so now we're gonna see if she can rebound. She looks to be a little more fresh and crisp after Game 1. Already playing much better on this beautiful 75-degree day. Wind gusting at 12 miles per hour. We'll see if it affects any type of play here for these ladies on championship court. Right now, it looks like Katherine Parinto playing much better in Game 2 than she did in Game 1. Off to a good start.
3-0.
At 3-0 here. Oh boy, she looked over her shoulder as to say, I should have let that ball go possibly, but at that point she's already committed. She's got to finish through.
0-3.
That ball probably stays in just because the wind's blowing a little bit into the face of Callie Smith. Parinto's return just slightly long there. Callie rolled that ball with a little top spin. Thought she dropped it in at the baseline. Unfortunately, it did sail long. 3-1 the score here in Game 2 as Parinto's got to get some stuff going. As she just hits that inside out forehand, wrong footing Smith for another point.
4-1.
Trying to distance herself as much as possible here in Game 2 as she's going to need this lead to be able to take down Callie Smith in Game 2 and force a Game 3 tiebreak.
1-4.
She's going to need some luck on her side. A little bit of help from Callie. Missing that return is going to be helpful to her.
4-1.
She's going to try to end these points quickly and get through this Game 2 as fast as possible. It's evident that that side over there is a little tougher to play on. A smart 60-second timeout brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action in just a minute.
Pickleball cocktail. Can't wait to try it.
Cheers.
That is delicious. That's wonderful.
Wow, that is really good. Orangey, tasticness.
That is absolutely awesome.
Way better than bananas.
Well, that's nice. Not too sweet.
Real orange flavor.
Tastes just like Tang. Sugar-free, no extra calories.
This is a cocktail you should drink at 6:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Cheers.
Back to the action here as Steve Hast gets us underway after that 60-second timeout from Callie Smith. Score is 5-1 as Parinto looking much crisper and sharp. And just as I say that, she misses that forehand long with the wind behind her paddle, pushing that ball out. Callie Smith doing her best to adjust to the wind in her face and that new side. Looking rejuvenated after that 60-second timeout. It's amazing what those timeouts can do for you, for your mental game. A third shot into the net from Smith and a quick side out, 5-2, as Parinto looking to keep command of this game so she can force that game 3 tiebreak. Boy, I tell you what, Callie's making her hit one extra ball each rally, it seems like, and that can pay dividends as this match unfolds. Oh boy. The crowd excited about that one as that ball rolls over, just barely over the net. A gasp from the crowd. Commanding lead here in the second game from Parinto. First game was just equally as dominant from Smith. Now 8-2, so we've seen a complete change from one side to the other. It's amazing the difference. Parinto looking like a completely different player. Callie not playing the same caliber that she did in game 1. Skyrocketing out to an 11-2 finish in game 1. She's now used both her timeouts at 9-2. This is a 60-second hydration break as these ladies towel off and get a drink. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action soon.
Does she really need to be right here?
I mean, come on, it really ties the room together, Rob.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, like, you know, that's your opinion, man. Irina abides.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Parinto with the ball in complete control here in the game 2 up to this point. Let's see if Smith can capitalize on that well-used timeout. Down 9-2. Needs something to get going here. Boy, that is just so good from Katherine Parinto. And she's now taking a commanding lead, 10-2. Let's see if they can finish each other in 11-2 style. Identical finishes, perhaps. Wind is really starting to whip here. Probably 15 to 20 miles per hour here. All right, there's a start to the comeback. Now 3-10. She needs to build off of that missed return from Parinto. And she's hitting into the wind, so that ball is not going to lift up high enough to get up and over. As a quick side out gives the ball back to Parinto, still in complete control. Boy, that's a great point developing in front of us, and that's game, set, match. As Parinto finishes off Callie Smith 11-3. We have a game 3 as we suspected. This is Scott Golden. Thanks for joining us live on Championship Court number 1. We're going to take a quick TV timeout, and we'll be back soon.
As if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Okay, everybody, we're back for a Game 3. This should prove to be an exciting Game 3. I have a prediction that this is going to be a much closer game points-wise. We saw an 11-2 finish from Callie Smith in Game 1. They switched ends. Katherine Parinto dominated 11-3, and I believe this game is going to come down to probably an 11-8, 11-9 finish for one or the other. I suspect it's going to be a very close match. Who knows who's going to end up winning it, but I think we'll have several momentum changes, several lead changes, and some exciting points ahead. What a point right there from Smith and Parinto. Excellent job on that. Smith getting the best of Parinto on that point. Both ladies are starting to really groove right now. Just a 1-point advantage. I'm sorry, excuse me, it's tied at 1-1. You can see both of these women right now are really grooving, really playing well here in Game 3. It took those 2 games to get warmed up good, and we're starting to see a really nice Game 3 from both these ladies. Nice recovery there from Katherine. Oh boy, I thought she was going to get that two-handed backhand around the post. She was not able to do so.
We are looking for Pete
So
May.
Smith will be serving.
Pete May, we are
at 1-2.
looking for you to come up to the tournament desk. We have your opponent waiting for you. This is the
That
second
serve
and final
long.
call.
We've seen a couple of those from both the ladies. The wind is howling right now. It picks up and then it dies and then it picks up again. A lot of unforced errors right now on the returns, either into the net or long, depending on which side you're on. Even at the pro level, it does affect their shots. Oh boy, Parinto hoping that ball hit the net and dribbled over, but unfortunately it went out too far wide. So we have a side out.
All right, it is time for player orientation in the women's singles for our 19+. Ladies, I need you to meet outside of court number 6 at the player orientation. For our 19+ ladies singles, it is now time for your player orientation. That happens just outside of court number 6. There's a nice big banner that says player orientation. We also have our medal winners in the 3-0 50+ men's singles division. Congratulations to bronze medal winner Mike Foster, silver Pat Murphy, and your gold medal winner John Frazier.
Oh, what a shot by Callie Smith there as that ball clips the net, going up and over the paddle of Parinto and dropping into that dark blue.
I have a second call. Second call, Anton Goots, court 2A. Anton Goots.
That ball sailing long as Smith unhappy with that ball sailing out on her. Score is now 3-1 Parinto. They're going to switch sides at 6. Keep that in mind. That's too good there from Parinto, just moving that ball around. (4-1) now.
4-1.
The wind is really picking up, guys. It's pretty extensive for a moment, and then it'll die down, and then it picks back up. Not sure how much it's affecting the ladies out there on the court, but it's definitely blowing around my table cloth a little bit here that I'm sitting in front of.
Court 4A, your opponent and referee are waiting.
They don't seem to be too bothered by it right now. 3-point advantage for Parinto in game 3. Katherine Parinto throwing up a lob, and then after Smith hammered it for a winner, you hear Parinto saying, oh, that's not a smart shot, but you know, in that moment, you just have to do what you have to do sometimes. That's too good. Parinto capturing that non-volley zone up at the net, dictating that point, ending it quickly with that forehand. Score of 4-1 here in game 3. Now it's 5-1. That backhand slice missing just wide on Parinto, from Parinto. So we've got a side out as the early part of this game has been controlled by Parinto. Let's see if Callie can get something going. Unfortunately, she did not on that offensive series, so she's going to give the ball back now to Parinto, up 5-1. Like I said, they're going to switch sides at 6.
5-1.
One thing to remember as well is that Callie Smith will not be attending the championship Sunday, regardless of if she makes it to the finals or not. So the best Callie Smith can do in any of these brackets is 3rd place. So she's going to be playing for 3rd place each day that she performs, because she chooses not to play on Sundays as a personal belief system and a personal choice. And unfortunately, Championship Sunday is when all the championship matches are going to be played. So she's going to have to forfeit the semifinals if she wins. They're not going to let her play the semifinals. So if she wins in the semifinals, she will be forfeiting. She will not be able to advance on past that point. That's a personal choice that she's made, and her partners are also aware of this. And the partners in doubles and mixed doubles, they choose to to play with her, knowing that that's her personal belief system and that she does not play on Sundays. So that shows you what kind of player she is. They're willing to team up and finish with no better than third place at the PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. This is Scott Golden. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after this.
Guys, relax. I was able to get you each a bottle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the action here on championship court number 1. Joining you is Scott Golden in the booth all day long here on Men's and Women's Pro Singles Day. Smith picking up a little momentum right before that timeout. Let's see if she can convert that to some points. Coming out of the timeout. Oh my goodness, what a shot by Katherine Parenteau, and an exclamation point at the end of that rally as she hits the two-handed around the post for a winner. I don't believe Callie Smith ever thought that was going to be possible, but she performed that flawlessly. Oh, look at this point. Look at this point. Callie Smith able to win that rally. After Parenteau had hit that around the post, she fires back with her own amazing shots. Now the score of 3-5. Like I said, I knew this game would probably stay close, even though Parenteau jumped out to a 5-1 lead. Callie Smith has now pulled it within 1. In game 3, you're going to see lots of side outs, lots of close rallies. The wind really starting to pick up here. Like I said, we'll see how much that affects play. And remember, they're going to also change ends when one of them gets to 6. Parenteau winning that one, getting a side out, and now an opportunity to get to 6 first. Oftentimes, that's pretty significant to be the first player to get to 6 at the end change. But it's not always the case. Sometimes the comeback happens in the second half, especially the wind's going to be behind Callie Smith for the second half of this game. All right. A fist bump from Callie Smith as she gets that ball back. Score is 4-5. She's got to figure out a way to keep this game close. Here's another opportunity for her to do so. Unfortunately, she did not capitalize on that third shot right there, just clipping the white net cord. Did not roll over, so she's going to give the ball back to Katherine Parenteau with an opportunity to get to 6 first for the second time. And there it is, a nice deep return from Callie Smith, and Parenteau handled it nicely. A little miss hit from Callie Smith up at the net there, and now we've got a 6-4 in change. This is going to be interesting to see how the players adjust to the wind. On one condition, the wind's blowing in your face, and you've got to hit the ball a little harder. On the other end, the wind's behind you, assisting your ball in getting up and over the net, but oftentimes it can sail long if you hit it too aggressive. So this will be interesting. The second half of this game is going to come down to, I believe, smart, disciplined shots. It's going to be a close one. I can guarantee you Callie Smith is going nowhere. She's not going to go away easily. Parenteau playing the best I've seen her play here in game 3. Really finding that rhythm and that smooth demeanor that she always possesses on the court. Smith over there digging down into that competitive spirit that she has. That ball out. Callie Smith looking to capitalize and close this gap. You can see they're starting to heat up. Actually, thought that ball was really close, but no argument from Katherine Parinto there. There's another missed return. Now 6-6 after 2 missed returns. Oh, that ball close to not going over, but fortunately it did. Fortunate for her, I should say. Not so much for Callie Smith, but. So 6-6, like I predicted, a close game. After an early lead from Katherine Parinto, Callie Smith closed that gap 1 point at a time, and now a 1-point advantage for Katherine Parinto down the stretch. Another good rip there. Callie Smith making a good attempt at it. Clipped off the end of that Onyx paddle. So now we've got a 2-point advantage for Parinto here in game 3. It's imperative that Callie Smith gets this side out soon and doesn't let this game get away from her. Both ladies choosing to stay back until Katherine captured the net. And I think that was the big difference in that. Katherine saw that little window of opportunity, picked it up, got to the non-volley zone, and was able to win the next shot. Even though it's just a 3-point advantage for Katherine, it feels like a mountain for Callie Smith to overcome, I'm sure. This is a 60-second hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Scott Golden in the booth. We'll be back to the action in a minute.
Up for some pickleball?
Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Parinto serving up 9-6 in game 3. Callie Smith looking to do her part to stay in this game. Really well planned out timeout as she comes out of this with some fire in her belly. Getting that side out, down 3 with the ball now. She's got to unlock some success here. She won't get too many opportunities. She's just missing these opportunities by a fraction of a ball there, clipping that white net cord and not getting it to roll over. Let's see if Parinto can close this game out up 9-6. I have a feeling, well, as soon as I say that, Smith dumps that backhand into the net. Now 10-6 in game 3. Match point and game point on the paddle of Parinto. Boy, this wind is howling. The PPA tint off to the side went flying up as Katherine Parinto polishes off game 3, 11-6. Parinto's going to be moving on to the next round. I believe she's going to be playing Simone Jardim. And next up on the court, we've got Ben Johns, world #1, squaring off against the flying Frenchman, Jay Duvier. So hang in there, guys. Stay tuned. Buckle up for this next one. A great performance in game 3 by both women that we just saw. Katherine Parinto able to finish it off, 11-6 final. Stay tuned. Scott Golden coming back to the action in just a few.
Well, I'm going to share a quick tip to help you find out and why it's important. I know times are tough, but for this one, all you need is a quarter. Firstly, take the coin and put it on the ground. Focus your vision on the coin and then make a circle with your hands so that the coin is directly in the center of it. Now close your left eye. Does the coin stay in the middle of the circle? If so, then your dominant eye is the right one. If it moved, check to confirm your left eye is dominant by going through the same process but closing your right eye instead. Which of your eyes is running the show plays an important role when it's not possible to have the ball in the central field of vision for both eyes, like wide balls that force your body to turn quickly, potentially taking your best eye off the ball. In my case, it's my right eye that's dominant, so I need to be careful not to have any long crossover steps when I retrieve the wide dinks on my forehand. I hope this little trick is going to help you on those wide balls. For more video lessons, check out coachmepickleball.com. Stay safe, everyone.
Advanced players are adept at not only defending against speed, but actually causing some trouble with a counterattack. While there will be times that your opponents telegraph their offensive plans, you are well served to always assume that your opponents are going to hit hard. Having this mentality will make it easier to be prepared for speed and to reply with some of your own. It is especially important to be able to counterattack with a backhand. Your opponents will often target this side of your body, assuming that it's less of a threat. And so it's important to be prepared for this eventuality and to be ready to strike back. Additionally, shots at your body are often best handled with a backhand, so it may be worth it to wait for the ball with the paddle tilted slightly toward your backhand side. We head to Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2020 PPA Championships. On the near side of the court, Jesse Irvin serving with Matt Wright. On the far side of the court, Callie Smith and Ben Johns. Let's take a look at this point in its entirety, and then we'll break it down. Both teams have decided to stack, and that's because they want the women playing on the right-hand side of the court and the men playing on the left. And whenever the returning team is stacking, that creates an opportunity to drive to the open court. Jesse Irvin sees that open space and thinks this is a good chance to maybe pressure Callie Smith a little bit. She drives that ball cross-court. You'll see that she's got to be really precise because Johns is closing the middle. So good at doing that. Irvin plays the good drive, and this is a really nice volley by Smith. A good neutralizing volley makes it difficult for Irvin to do much with it. Now notice the difference here between the two teams, how close the players are to one another. Johns, as we said before, really covers a lot of the middle of the court. Irvin and Wright, a little more spaced out. I love what Smith does here, always looking to attack. She takes a little bit of a drop step that lets the ball rise up a bit higher so she can drive that ball. Irvin is ready for it though with a 2.
Welcome everybody. I'm here day 1 of the Atlanta Open. Katherine Parenteau, what a match. After losing that first game, what did you say to yourself on the changeover?
So after I lost the first game, I was pretty upset with myself, and I was like, I gotta go and play to win, and worst case scenario, I'm gonna lose that one. But yeah, I just felt like I was a little bit flat, and then yeah, I just told myself, let's go, let's play to win and see what happens.
All right, and Callie Smith was who you played against. She's also your doubles partner. You just took gold at the US Open just a few weeks ago. How do you change your mindset and look at her as the enemy?
Oh, that's very hard for me. It's been a challenge for me. I'm too nice sometimes on court, but you know, I'm just say, okay, well, this is business. You know, we're playing against each other. She's not my friend anymore, unfortunately, but we'll be friends on Saturday when we play with each other.
All right, and next up you have Simone. She's a tough opponent. What are you going to do waiting for that semifinal now?
I think I'm just going to go put some music on and focus on my next match. I know it's going to be a hard one. And again, I'm going to put the friendship aside for that next match.
Absolutely. Well, good luck in that next one, Katherine. All right, guys, we're going to go back to the court.
We head to Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2020 PPA Championships. On the near side of the court, Jesse Irvin serving with Matt Wright. On the far side of the court, Callie Smith and Ben Johns. Let's take a look at this point in its entirety, and then we'll break it down. Both teams have decided to stack, and that's because they want the women playing on the right-hand side of the court and the men playing on the left. And whenever the returning team is stacking, that creates an opportunity to drive to the open court. Jesse Irvin sees that open space and thinks this is a good chance to maybe pressure Callie Smith a little bit. She drives that ball cross-court. You'll see that she's got to be really precise because Johns is closing the middle. So good at doing that. Irvin plays the good drive, and this is a really nice volley by Smith. A good neutralizing volley makes it difficult for Irvin to do much with it. Now notice the difference here between the two teams, how close the players are to one another. Johns, as we said before, really covers a lot of the middle of the court. Irvin and Wright, a little more spaced out. I love what Smith does here, always looking to attack. She takes a little bit of a drop step that lets the ball rise up a bit higher so she can drive that ball. Irvin is ready for it, though, with a two-handed backhand counterattack. Love the way she hits those. A little bit of fireworks here, and then that ball clips off the top of the net. Don't always realize how difficult it is when you're watching. When that ball hits the top of the net, redirects itself, Callie Smith handles it very nicely. At this point, the guys start poaching a little bit. You get a lot of fireworks. Irvin backs up. Now, many people will think, oh, you shouldn't be at three-quarter court, but she realizes that that gives her more time because the ball has farther it's got to travel. Really nice dig here. Can't ask for much more than that. That's a great drop. We get a little bit of a dinking rally here. One of the things Ben Johns is so good at is attacking balls that otherwise look unattackable. Look how low this ball is on the backhand. He's able to flick it forward at Irvin. She gets handcuffed, ends up playing with two hands on her forehand side, but gets that ball back over the net. As the point unfolds here, you see Wright thinks that it might be a good idea to play an offensive lob. Johns, however, is too tall, jumps too well. He gets up nice and high, hits that overhead smash, and what's really important here isn't so much that he hit it hard, but he hit that ball down into the dirt near the feet of Irvin. Nothing she can do with that. Let's look at this point one more time in its entirety. Love watching these four of the best pickleball players in the world. You can see why, just the diversity of skills here, the speed, the finesse, the creativity, and just finding a way to win. This is Great Pickleball, and this PPA Hot Shot was brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right. That's why I stay out of kitchens.
In this segment, we're going to be talking about volleys. What is a volley? A volley is a ball that you take out of the air. Hopefully, you're right behind the kitchen line. But yeah, so it's going to be a ball that you take out of the air. That's going to be somewhat shoulder height. A couple of things that I teach on the volleys is not to overswing, keeping the paddle inside of your peripheral vision. You know, thinking like you're giving somebody a high five. You know, on the backhand side, it's going to be a backhand high five. Keep in mind that when you volley, that, you know, if there was a fence behind you, I want you to keep the paddle in inside that fence. But yeah, there's no need to overswing. There's no need to use your wrist. All these volleys, I want you focusing on your shoulder, doing all the work. I want you maintaining that good ready position, whether it's at 12 o'clock or whether it's at 10 o'clock. And we're staying in that hammer grip. Some of the drills that we can be doing as we volley are, I think, starting off, just getting comfortable with volleys is simply just hitting the ball back and forth nice and soft. Doesn't have to be on any particular side. And you're trying to hit the ball up because we're being cooperative. Keeping that theme of anytime we drill, we're trying to make each other better. So I'm not going to be trying to hit the ball too hard. I'm not trying to, you know, put the ball down at my partner's feet. I'm going to hit the ball up so he can catch the ball around shoulder height, and we're just going to be cooperative and volley back and forth. Another drill that you could do is that if you perfect, you know, that first initial drill and you feel like that's too easy, then you can start adding in some directional volleys. First little drill that you could do is try to go forehand to forehand. Note that anytime we drill, make sure that you give yourself a set number, whether it's 5 volleys in a row, whether it's 10 volleys in a row. But let's try to go 5 or 10 in a row on our forehand, and we'll try to go 5 or 10 in a row on our backhand, keeping in mind all the key mechanics. We're keeping the paddle in our peripheral, we're keeping it nice and short, we're giving the ball a little punch. We can go 10 on our forehand, forehand to forehand, 10 on our backhand, backhand to backhand. You know, we can go 10 with body to body, but the key idea is keeping control of your volleys, not trying to overswing, and making sure that you're keeping good technique. Some other simple drills when you volley could be you have a partner feeding you balls, underhand feeding you balls, and you could be volleying back to them. So you can have one partner feeding, other partners hitting 10 forehand volleys. So you go 10 forehand volleys nice and easy. Keep in mind that since your partner is catching a ball, it doesn't allow you to swing hard. So this is a really good drill to focus on your technique, to focus on just all the basics. Technique goes a very long way, so it's really focus on, not trying to hurt your partner. So you could do 10 on your forehand, you could do 10 on your backhand, partners hand feeding, underhand, and you are volleying back to them. Once you get 10 on your forehand and 10 on your backhand, then you could switch. You know, another drill you could do is, it's a little difficult against the wall just because the ball comes back pretty fast, so it cuts down your reaction time, but you could try to volley against the wall. I think starting out, we're not going to add any sort of directional volleys. It's just going to be, I'm going to try to make 10 to 15 in a row against the wall. If that's too easy, the next progression could be I'm going to try to hit 10 on my forehand in a row and then 10 on my backhand in a row. So know that all these little progressions, whether it's dinks, whether it's volleys, we're always, the first progression is always the easiest progression. We're not going to talk about any sort of direction. We're just going to, we're going to try to hit 10 balls in a row back and forth, and it can be on any side. So second progression is going to be directional, forehand to forehand. Third progression will be backhand to backhand. So know that if you're unable to control your ball, then there's no need to add like any sort of direction in. You're just going to simply volley the ball back and forth on both sides.
Much of the attention in pickleball is paid to the third shot. Whether it is a drop or a drive, the third shot gets a lot of fanfare. But how teams respond to this third shot, with the fourth shot, is a major factor in determining how the rest of the point will unfold. When playing a fourth shot, it is helpful to think about what the opponents are hoping for and to attempt to do its opposite. For example, when players play a third shot drive, they are hoping that the other team at the net either misses outright or pops up a high ball that can be attacked. It makes sense, therefore, that the fourth shot, in this case a volley, be both in play and kept low. Assuming that the drive is decent, it may be unlikely that a team can counterattack with their fourth shot. But if they can keep the ball down low enough that the opponents have to hit up for the next shot, then that team has successfully weathered the storm. If the third shot is a drop, however, the priorities change. Again, it is helpful to think about what the team hitting the drop is hoping for, and to avoid doing that. When a team chooses to play a drop, They are trying to force an upward hit from their opponents at the net. And you will make their day if that upward hit also has some speed on the ball, in which case the ball will sit up high and will be pounced on. It is important, therefore, to use a fourth shot that doesn't give a high ball back to the opponents. A good dink down the line, middle, or cross court that forces an upward hit from the opponents is generally a sufficient response. Again, players should think less about hitting offensive shots in this situation, and instead should be more focused on preventing disaster.
Welcome back to the live broadcast here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We've been seeing match after match unfold in front of our very eyes on championship court number 1. This is Scott Golden. I'm going to be bringing you all the live action here today in the broadcast booth. And we've got a great matchup in front of us right here. We've seen this match before. Let's take a look at how these gentlemen got to this point. Ben Johns had a bye in the first round. He defeated Ernesto Fajardo in the second. Then he took down Kyle Yates last round in 2 games. And now he's squaring off against Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, also part of Team Model. Ben using that chainsaw serve, looking real sharp here out of the gate. Up, out to a 2-0 start. Boy, that's tough. Between that top spin he's generating off that serve and the wind, that ball is dipping right into the net. 3-0 Ben. That's a nasty serve, guys. That thing's coming right at the baseline, and Ben is just hammering these forehands past Jay Duvier right now. Oh gosh, another point stacking up early for Ben Johns. All right, finally a side out for Jay Duvier as he's climbed into a little bit of a rabbit hole here. He's got to figure out a way to get some points on the board against Ben Johns, world number 1, if he wants to keep this game close. There's a good one right out of the gate for him. First opportunity to serve, he takes advantage. Score of 1-5. Boy, that's just too good from Ben Johns. One thing I really want to point out about Ben Johns is that he's always seems to be in good positioning. He always finds himself in the right position to at least make a play on the ball. He doesn't always make the perfect play, but he gives himself the best opportunities. Just like that right there, good exchange. A nice singles firefight at the kitchen between 2 gladiators, Flying Frenchman Jay Duvier and world number 1, Maryland graduate Ben Johns. I believe he might actually still be a senior. I don't know that he's actually graduated yet. I said that a little premature, but I'm just got that ultra confidence that he's going to finish that and become a materials engineer. Oh, he's got 2 years left, actually. I'm sorry. I was just informed by our amazing staff that Ben actually is a senior, but he's still got 1 more year after that final year, so he'll be a 5-year student at University of Maryland. And another forehand roll. My goodness, he is putting on an absolute clinic right here.
7-1.
7-1, making it look easy right now against the Wichita boy, Jay Duvier. A rare miss there from Ben's backhand, giving the ball back to Vulcan-sponsored pro player Jay Duvier. Boy, that's really clean by both players. Jay anticipating that next shot from Ben, and then he took his backhand and rolled it past Ben's backhand. So really well played there. Takes a lot to switch up a shot on Ben Johns and keep him off balance. Oh boy, that ball actually landed in. I thought it was gonna miss wide, but I guess the wind and the net helped that right there. I believe it's 3-7. After a tough start for Jay Duvier, he's now on the board. Left that one up a little high. 7-3. I believe this is the semifinals of the men's Open Pro singles bracket. The winner of this will play, I believe, in the gold medal match on Sunday. And on the other side, I believe Tyson McGuffin just took down Ryan Sherry in 2 games, 11-6, 11-6, which will be the other player that's advanced. And we'll have to play against Zane Navratil to see who goes to the gold. So this being a semifinal match, the other one was a quarterfinal match. And now Zane Navratil will face off against Tyson McGuffin on the opposite side of this bracket. Winner of this plays gold. Remember, you cannot get back and re-advance after you lose in this format at the pro division here at the Atlanta Open. We're gonna take a quick Jigsaw Health hydration break as Jay Duvier and Ben Johns square off here at the remaining what's left of game 1. We'll be back to the action soon.
Got your new paddle.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Would you sign it?
That's gonna cost you.
How much?
Well, show me what you got. Okay, I'll take the pickleball cocktail and the watch.
But this is my last packet.
All right, score is 5-4 coming out of that hydration timeout. Jay Duvier with a nice setup and put away there. Getting the ball back. 4-9 is the score, I apologize. Well, that call was out. I think the referee thought he scored that point, so it's 9-4. Matthew Cross, our PPA referee for this semifinal matchup. Jay's got to put a few points together here. As he does so, as I'm saying that out loud, he rips a one-handed backhand past Ben Johns for a winner. He's closed the gap to 4 now. He's got to try to continue that momentum run as he builds it. I think the longer he stays in these points with Ben Johns, the worse it gets for him, the less of an opportunity he has to win that point. He needs to try to finish these points quickly against Ben. 9-5. All right, there you go. A quick example of what I'm talking about. Ended that point quickly, and now he's got the ball back at 5-9. He finds himself down in a hole in game 1, but he's playing well. Ben's just playing a little bit better at this point. A few less unforced errors from Ben Johns, and that's the difference of a score of 9-5. Oh boy, that's nasty right there. He just took that ball on the rise while he was running and rolled it down the line.
10-5.
Game point here at 10-5. All right, a little motivational talk to himself as Jay gets the ball back, down 5. Needing to string a few points in a row together to create some momentum for himself. But unfortunately, he does not capitalize there, and he gives the ball back to Ben Johns with another opportunity to close game 1. It's a good ball there from Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, as he's got a second opportunity to close this gap. Five, 10. Oh, look at this. Look at this firefight. Oh my goodness. That was an amazing exchange at the net. That's probably one of the longest exchanges on a firefight that I've seen in a long time. Oh, good ball from Jay right there as he cuts that ball in half. He's got a really strong backhand slice, taking the pace off of that ball from Ben Johns. A third opportunity now, saving match point or game point 3 times. He's got to find a way to get some points here. But that ball just too well placed from Ben Johns. And now a third opportunity to close out game 1, up 10-5. All right, a good timeout there from Jay Duvier, the Frenchman. We're going to take a 60-second hydration break from Jigsaw Health, and we'll be back to see the end of game 1 shortly.
8 to 10 matches in one day, and each match could be 45 minutes. Being able to start and go and stop is very, very challenging. When I'm taking Jigsaw Health supplements, I have the confidence to stay out there all day, and I can stay focused, energized, and cramp-free. I wouldn't recommend Jigsaw Health to any of my opponents. You guys continue drinking whatever you're drinking right now.
All right, coming out of that timeout, Ben Johns with a rare missed serve. He's going to give the ball back now for the 4th game point saved from Jay Duvier. Let's see if he can do something with this. He cannot. He was trying to work that one-handed backhand again across the body of Ben Johns, unable to successfully get it to go over. So now a 5th game point here as he looks to close it out, and he does. That ball too good off the paddle of Ben Johns. So 11-5 final after 4 unsuccessful attempts. He finally closes out game 1, 11-5. This is Scott Golden joining you live all day long at the PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back for game 2 in just a moment.
Not only is the speed and the power there,
Yeah.
the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big sweet spot.
Right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
All right, thanks for tuning in, everybody. This is Scott Golden here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We've got a game 2 about to get underway on championship court number 1. Jay Duvier is going to be serving to Ben Johns. He's down a game. Ben was able to close out game 1, 11-5, as we just saw. And let's see if Jay can change the dynamic of game 2 against world number 1, Ben Johns, as he utilizes that chainsaw serve. Boy, that's a really well-placed ball there from Ben Johns. Duvier looking a little visibly frustrated to start game 2 as Ben rolls that ball right by him.
1-0.
Oh boy, that's tough. Jay doing a great job there of cutting that ball off early, meeting the ball out in front of him and putting it past the backhand of Ben Johns. He's had some success like that in game 1. He's got to continue some of that successful play here in game 2 to have a chance. But he's missing wide right now a lot. That seems to be a trend with him right now, and he's talking to himself about it.
1-0.
This is not the easiest thing to do, serving with or into the wind, based on which side you're on. Ben right now is with the wind. As you can see, the wind is blowing his ball long. And Jay now is into the wind, facing the wind, so he's going to be able to hit the ball a little harder and keep that ball in. There's an example of that. And there we go. Jay looking energized right there. Up 2-1 here in game 2. Already looking better than last game. Ben Johns just with a nasty drop shot right there. The Flying Frenchman sliding, attempting to get there in time, but no can do.
1-2.
Oh boy, Jay took off sprinting, thinking Ben was going to drop that ball cross court soft. Ben reading that well. Going opposite direction, wrong footing, Duvier. All right, a little mini fist bump from Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, as he's looking to gain some momentum here. Up 3-2 against Ben Johns. It must feel like an uphill battle. It can be done. Very few people have proven that they can beat Ben in a best-of-3 series. There's some success from Jay Duvier. When he's having the most success is when he's able to capture the net and keep Ben back, and then he's able to utilize his reach and his power up there at the non-volley zone. But otherwise, when Ben gets up there, he's been losing most of those exchanges. Ben saying make it. He knew he had it. He anticipated well and guessed right, but just hitting that ball long.
4-2.
Score is 4-2 now. Boy, that's close. I guess those are out. I don't know. They look in to me, but I'm 75 feet away, so it's tough for me to see it, but no argument. That's just so good from Ben Johns. Just anticipating exactly what Jay Duvier is going to be doing. Moving to the ball with precision and expertise. Great ball there from Jay, attacking it. That's when I'm seeing him have the most success against Ben, is when he initiates the aggressive nature first and kind of puts Ben on his heels. That's when he's having a little success. Other than that, when he lets Ben dictate the point, he usually comes out losing that rally. And now you're seeing him pick that up, and he's really starting to bite down and fight. And he needs this in game 2. He needs a little confidence boost after getting beat 11-5 in game 1. And we're gonna see if he can continue to push the pace here against Ben Johns, world number 1. As he's up 5-3. You can't miss that kind of serve. It's just at this level against this type of caliber player, missing your serve like that is gonna create too many opportunities for the other team to capitalize, especially Ben Johns. He called point, but I think that ball is good. Yeah. Yeah, he Ben hit that ball good, so 4-5 now. Boy, that's excellent right there. Ben Johns showing why he's number 1 in the world. Never intimidated, unflappable demeanor. Within a blink of an eye, and now it's tied 5-5. And Ben Johns up a game. Timeout from Jay. Not able to maintain that lead. He was up 5-3, now he's down 6-5. This is Scott Golden. We're gonna take a 60-second hydration break, and we'll be back in just a few.
No way she gets this.
Let's go! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My turn.
Call 911.
All right, guys, we've got a special treat. Anybody that follows American Idol will recognize this individual on the screen right now. We've got Philip Phillips, American Idol icon and star, looking on here on Championship Court. We appreciate him being a part of the 2021 Atlanta Open. 6-5 as Ben Johns serves with that chainsaw. And there's another amazing forehand from Ben Johns. Once again, frustrating the Flying Frenchman, Jay Duvier. Now Ben Johns starting to take this game over. Being up a game has to do something for your confidence, knowing you've got that in your back pocket if you need it, but Ben looking to close this out in 2 games. Jay gonna try to make it difficult for him, as he does right there. 6-7. A 1-point advantage for Johns. Jay having the opportunity to win a point and tie it up. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to keep that backhand in. So now Ben with another opportunity to advance his lead at 7-6. Eight, 6. Now 9-6. We've got a 60-second hydration break as Jay looks to recover after that missed return. Scott Golden joining you in the booth. We'll be back to the action after this Jigsaw Health hydration break.
And you're getting dehydrated, you get tired, and I've kind of had issues with cramping all my life. I would be taking pickle juice, salt tablets, eating mustard packets. So I've just tried to manage it, but it's been really difficult until I tried Jigsaw's Electrolyte Supreme. I would actually recommend taking Electrolyte Supreme to everybody. I haven't cramped. I'm able to go out there with confidence. It's been a godsend for sure.
All right, we've got 9-6, a 3-point advantage for number 1 in the world, Ben Johns, as they come out and battle in this point. Jay digging deep right there to get that side out after a good timeout break for him. Sometimes that 60 seconds is all you need to recover. 6-9, down 3. It's an uphill battle for Jay, but I think he can do it. Oh boy, that's tough. Ben Johns just putting that ball where Jay had no chance at it. 9-6. It's 9-6. Oh boy, Ben lunging forward, trying to attack that high ball from Jay, and he dumps it into the net there. So 6-9. Jay not going to get too many opportunities. He's got to take advantage of the ones he gets, and he does there as it's now 7-9. He's closed the gap to 2. 7-9. Uh-oh, all of a sudden Jay's getting that going. He said Vinya. I'm not even sure what that means in French, but it's something exciting, I know that. Oh boy, Ben going right at the body of Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, as he gets a side out at 9-8. That's a big point right there. Those are good angles. Really good angles from Jay Duvier there. Ben getting to every ball, but hitting that last one just a little long past the baseline. He's got to make his move here if he's going to want a chance at a game 3. And there it is. He got the tie off the forehand roll of that Vulcan paddle. Now it's 9-9 here in game 2. It's 9-9. Takes immense control. Takes immense control to do what these gentlemen just did. Jay, I believe, changed his mind at the last second. He just left that one high. No more timeouts for Jay Duvier, as he's got to fight, scratch, and claw for every opportunity he wants right now. Ben Johns with the ball at 9-9 in game 2. Oh, a rare missed serve as he tries for that chainsaw effect. And it's just not the same as the Zane Navratil chainsaw. No, I'm just kidding. Ben's very efficient with it. However, at 9-9, he gives the ball back, and Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, with a nice forehand roll for a clean winner. Game point. Opportunity for him to send it to a game 3. Let's see what he can do. Not able to capitalize, and Ben, I promise you, will take advantage of this opportunity at 9-10. Don't be surprised if Ben figures out a way. There it is. That's what he's looking for. An opportunity is all he needs. Proving why he's world #1. Unflappable at 10-10 now. Going back to that chainsaw serve. And Jay with another stop and an opportunity to win game 2. The ball on his Vulcan paddle. He's got to figure out a way to do this. Oh boy, that's dangerously good right there from Ben Johns. Jay not able to track it. And comes up a little short, so now Ben has tied it up with the ball, up a game. This is what he lives for, closing games out. Oh boy, he got it. He just didn't get it back inside the dark blue. So now game point and match point on the paddle of that Black Franklin. Ben Johns up 11-10. That's too good. Reading Jay Duvier's shot. Ben John moves on to the finals. Championship Sunday. Jay Duvier no longer an opportunity or a chance to play for a gold. The best he can now do is going to be bronze. All right. Matthew Cross with a great refereeing. This is Scott Golden in the booth all day long at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back to the action for Zane Navratil and Tyson McGuffin.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Lucky socks. Lucky hat. Lucky clock.
Dude, did you really have to bring all that with you?
Lucy, pregame rituals are very important. I'm sure you have some too.
Well, I have the most important one right here.
Yeah, obviously. Almost forgot. My lucky hairbrush. Old reliable.
Hi everyone, we're back on singles day. I'm here with Ben Johns after his semifinal against Jay Duvillier. Jay is known for his size and athleticism. What is the game plan for playing against a player like that?
Yeah, since he's kind of big and covers the court well, you got to be a little more aggressive with your shots for sure. I think I was just feeling it a little more than usual, and I was feeling my spots pretty well. And with him, you kind of got to make him go the wrong way, because if you just kind of rely on vanilla shots, he's usually going to be able to get to it. So you got to throw in a little bit of deception. I was a little more aggressive with my serves. So it's really all about a few more free points and some disguise in your shots.
And we're going for a new format here during this event. You're going to wait until Sunday to play this singles final, so you are done today. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I kind of like it just because on the championship Sunday, all the championships will be played that day, and it gives it a little more magnitude, I guess. There's a little more of a crowd, a little more of an atmosphere, because everyone knows they can just show up for the finals rather than watching matches all day. So I really like it. I'm excited to see how it pans out. And there's best out of 5 in the finals, too, which kind of makes up for the single elimination format, so that it's a little less scary when you're playing that final, because you have a little more time to adjust. And hopefully on some of these Sundays in the future, because I think they're going to keep doing this format, we might have some night matches, which would be really fun. So I really like to see them experiment and try new stuff and see what works.
All right, and you're searching for that triple crown again, of course, during this event. Which event do you like the best, singles, mixed, or regular men's doubles?
Honestly, it varies from tournament to tournament. It's mostly about how I feel on a given day. So, when you're really feeling the ball from the baseline, I love singles. Just it feels like you can do anything. Then when you're really feeling taking over the court, mixed doubles is fun. Then a little more stable and patience and just grinding those dinks is like men's doubles. So it varies day to day, and I just enjoy the variety on all of them.
All right, congratulations. You're moving on. We'll see you on Sunday to play that singles final. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to the court.
It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Okay. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cramp.
Hey, Benny boy. Top of the morning to ya. Do you know what time it is?
It's the morning. It's 7 a.m. What do you want?
It's 7 a.m. Come on, it's cocktail hour.
Really? All right. Amateur.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
All right, guys, this is Scott Golden. We've got a score of 2-1. As they started just a little soon, we are jumping in here. So now Tyson up 3-1 early in game one. This is the second semifinal of the day. Winner of this will be playing against Ben Johns in the gold medal match. Little discussion of the ball there. Looks like they're going to play on. An early lead here for Tyson McGuffin. Selkirk sponsored player looking amazing with that new paddle and his red Selkirk flashy shirt. I love it. He's all tattooed up. He's always looking good on center court, hat on backwards. Zane Navratil taking a little more traditional approach with the black and gray. Beautiful blue Franklin paddle. Nice two-handed backhand rip there. It's 2-4. That was foot fault was called on Tyson. So that's a little bit alarming when you're the player because they just yell foot fault and you don't know if it's on you or the other player. So it took Zane a second to realize that not only did he hit the winner, but there was a foot fault called on Tyson. So now it's 3-4. Expect Zane to heat up. Boy, he's running back and forth on this court right now. A lot of running not to win that point there, but great effort by both players there. Score of 4-3. Tyson with his signature bark. Not sure what to call that really other than he just kind of grunts and barks. It's nothing audible. Just kind of gets him pumped up. It's 5-3. These two guys are electric on the court, boy. They both move so well. Both of them are exceptionally fast on their feet. Light, both built to run. Amazing to watch these two athletes go at it. This is a matchup we've seen before. Scores 3-5. A rare missed return on the backhand slice right there from Tyson McGuffin. Scores 4-5. One of the things Zane does really well is he attacks the ball out of the air. Does a great job with that. Unfortunately, he didn't win that point. Tyson was able to bring it back, but he takes a lot of time away from his opponents when he attacks that ball like that. Both these guys very versatile. He called a foot fault on Tyson for not reestablishing after he pushed off. Tyson questioning that foot fault call, but the referee able to justify his call. Tyson shakes his head, but moves on. It's 4-5. That's a great serve there from Zane Navratil. Tyson always a good sport. He's quick to say something's a good shot or a good serve, and you know, gives a thumbs up to Zane. Score's now tied 5-5. Zane's really starting to heat up. I actually think Tyson saved that ball. I think that ball might have been going out, but he was just dialed in, ready to hit. And hit it, he did. Now a lead change. After Tyson being up 5-3, now a lead change to 7-5 now. I'm sorry, 6-5, side out. I thought that ball landed, but 5-6. Both these guys have monster serves. Very exciting and fun to watch. Tyson a little more flashy with his attire, as I talked about earlier. Zane, nothing flashy about his attire, but his game is awful flashy with that chainsaw serve. And his ability to move sideline to sideline, front to back with grace and speed. Tyson, the same, even more experienced. Tyson holds an overall winning record against Zane Navratil, but as of late, Zane Navratil's up 2 games to 1, or 2 matches to 1. This year, he's got a winning record, I should say, in 2021 against Tyson. That two-handed roll was nasty from Zane Navratil. There was no defending that ball. Score 6-5. Oh boy, that's tough. That's a tough ball right there from Zane Navratil. Tyson unsure if it was in or out, asking Zane, did that ball land? And, you know, Zane just kind of shook his head like, yeah, probably. All right, 7-5. This hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Scott Golden in the booth, joining us all day long. As we watch these pro matches unfold, we'll be back to the action soon.
Pickle space BALL. Pickleball.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Next contestant, please.
PICKLE dash BALL.
Incorrect. Next, please.
Can you use it in a sentence?
I was inducted into the Pickleball Hall of Fame.
Can I have the definition?
About a year ago, I traveled to this tournament and the temperatures were over 100 degrees. It just hit the wall. The ref comes over and like, what's going on? I go, I don't know. I don't feel good. I got escorted over to the ambulance and I got to get hooked up on an IV. It was really scary. I started taking Berrylicious.
All right, after that 60-second hydration break, we're back to the action. It's 7-5 as Zane Navratil executes his signature chainsaw serve. Tyson McGuffin up to the net quickly, dominating that point in true Tyson McGuffin fashion. Side out, has the ball back now, 5-7 with the wind blowing in his face. Boy, that's really, really well played by Zane Navratil there. Able to cut that ball in half. Tyson not able to handle it. is 7-5. A really well-placed ball by Zane Navratil, putting Tyson in a compromising position there. Now up 3 with the ball. Let's see what Tyson can do to stop this momentum. Gosh, that serve got the best of Tyson McGuffin there. Not what he was hoping for at 9-5. So now it's game point on the paddle of Tyson McGuffin. We've got a 60-second timeout brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Scott Golden will be back just in a few minutes after this timeout.
All day. About a year ago, I traveled to this tournament and the temperatures were over 100 degrees. It just hit the wall. The ref comes over and like, what's going on? I go, I don't know. I don't feel good. I got escorted over to the ambulance and I got to get hooked up on an IV. It was really scary. I started taking Berrylicious Electrolyte Supreme. It gets me through all day tournaments. And it's really important to keep hydrating because ambulances are no fun. So pay attention to your body and stay hydrated.
All right, folks, Scott Golden here. Game point on the paddle of Zane Navratil after that 60-second timeout from Tyson McGuffin. It's 10-5. The second half of this game controlled by Zane Navratil. That ball missing. So now Tyson McGuffin in a hole, down 5, has an opportunity to close the gap. Yeah, that ball missed long.
You overriding your call? I couldn't see it. You see it back there? So just by rule, you're supposed to run pick what's your call. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. Just change his call. Point.
Looks like he changed his call. That was interesting. He called it out, but then he changed it. I don't know why. I guess it worked out good karma in his favor because Tyson McGuffin just missed that next ball. Now 10-6.
10-6.
So Zane Navratil still in control right now. Tyson talking to himself, getting a little bit more pumped up for this next series. 6-10. As Tyson looks to close the gap here. But that ball's sailing long. Tyson saying that's pathetic. Wake up, dude, that's pathetic. And he said to himself, you know, you gotta play better, wake up. So we'll see if he can do something with it here at 6-10. Seven, 10. It's 8-10 now, as Tyson McGuffin has closed this gap from down 5-10. Only down 2 now. Being very methodical in his comeback. Oh boy, he had to change directions. That could be a game-changing shot right there for Zane Navratil. Let's see if Tyson McGuffin can hold after this side out. 10-8. Zane looking to close out game one here. Oh boy, that's a nice body bag right there. Oh, excuse me, I should say body shot from Tyson McGuffin. It's a great shot there after that exchange. 8-10.
Yes, it was out.
10-8. Tyson questioning the call to the ref. And there's a nice inside-out forehand from Zane Navratil to finish game one. 11-8. Tyson shaking his head saying, hey, I've got to play better here in game two if I want a chance to move on to the finals against Ben Johns. This is Scott Golden here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back to game two shortly. Okay, guys, this is Scott Golden by myself today on Men's and Women's Pro Singles Day. We've got a great matchup in front of us at the moment. Tyson McGuffin bouncing around with the ball, ready to serve in game two. He lost game one to Zane Navratil, 11-8. He's going to look to rebound. I personally would love to see a game three. Let's see how this game unfolds as Tyson looks to get an early lead and never look back in game two. I believe he's got the better side. Beginning of this game not going the way Tyson had anticipated or hoped, as a quick missed serve and now a point. Tyson finds himself down 0-1 as he gets the ball back.
0-1.
Two zero. The wind again picking up just a little bit. Tyson not playing his best pickleball at the moment. Zane looking ultra confident as she takes the lead and the ball 2-1. Up a game here on championship court. Tyson's got to dig deep and figure out a way to overcome these shots from Zane Navratil. He's hitting exceptional forehands right now past the paddle of Tyson McGuffin. Boy, another clean winner right there. No, I'm sorry, that ball missing. I apologize, that ball did miss. It looked like at first he landed it. So score of 1-3. Tyson's got to get some offense going here. He can't afford to get into too big of a hole. And that's a nice shot by Tyson McGuffin to get him going in the right direction. Putting a point on the board in game 2. Yeah, that's really, really well played by Tyson. Setting up that point nicely, finishing it with a big overhead, inside in.
Great.
3-3 tied up here in game 2. Nice ball there from Zane Navratil. Score of 4-3. A slight advantage for Zane Navratil here in game 2. Great windmill overhead from Tyson McGuffin, not allowing Zane to spin around and recover off that ball. Tyson has got to figure out a way to win game 2 or his day is going to be done. Nice overhead. He's setting these points up really well by keeping the ball deep at the baseline, making the shot really tough for Zane. He's lifting it a little too high there. Scores 4-4. Boy, that is a dirty, dirty shot there from Zane Navratil. My goodness. Tyson not even putting a paddle on those things. Score is 5-4. My goodness, those are just unbelievable attacking shots out of the air from Zane Navratil. He's painting those lines as you have to, playing against Tyson McGuffin. Zane now up 6-4 as he's starting to find his groove. All right, Tyson with a little fist bump, gritting his teeth, knowing he's down a game and that he has to play well in the second half of this one to force a game 3. It's imperative that he digs deep right here and figures it out. 5-6, that's a great shot. Not even sure what's going on with that one because Zane kind of spun and that ball went way in. Score is 5-6 now. Boy, this is good. Good tracking of the ball from Tyson McGuffin. Digging deep there to get that point, now tied up 6-6 on his way to figuring out success against Zane Navratil. Tyson really, really gonna need to dig deep. I'm telling you, he's got it in him. He just beat on his chest a little bit, waking himself up as he hits a nice forehand passing shot down the line. Oh boy, that's so good from Tyson. You can see he's finally waking up and hitting that groove. Got a good timeout from Zane Navratil right there as Tyson McGuffin takes the lead 8-6. This hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden on championship court number 1, and we'll see you in just a minute.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
Okay, after a short 60 seconds, the two pro players on the court, Tyson McGuffin and Zane Navratil, going head-to-head, battling it out here on championship court number 1. They've toweled off. They've had a little water to drink, and now Tyson McGuffin serves at 8-6. Tyson's really turning it up right now. That's so good as he executes flawlessly like a tactician, dismantling Zane Navratil right there on that point. Up 9-6 in game 2. This is the momentum swings that I was referring to. I think that was a good call. That was a very close call, but I believe that ball did land just long. I believe it's 10-6 now. Game point. All right, 6-10. Zane digging deep, also finding a way to get that ball back after a nice, smooth run from Tyson McGuffin with that fluorescent-colored paddle, starburst paddle, if you will. Boy, these guys are both finding their groove right now. Tyson McGuffin doing his signature bark, pumping himself up again. All right, it's 10-6. Oh boy, that is really well placed by Zane Navratil. Score is 6-10. right, 10-6. Tyson McGuffin with another opportunity to close out game 2. That's really good by Tyson McGuffin. Winning game 2, 11-6, showing how mentally strong he is after losing 11-5 first game. We're gonna have a game 3 coming your way in just about 2 minutes. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action here in no time.
I used to keep the mustard packages and pickle juice in my bag.
Just water. Because I don't drink enough water, and most of the water I drink, I just pour on me.
Do you ever have any problems cramping out on the court?
Sometimes, yeah, and when it's hot.
I'm a big-time cramper.
Occasionally I do, yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because I play hard.
This right here, the cocktail, the pickleball cocktail is what saves me in my tournaments, has saved me before, and it will continue to save me.
Okay, Pickleball Nation, this is Scott Golden here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open here on this beautiful but slightly windy day at the Lifetime Fitness Peachtree Corners. We've got Zane Navratil kicking off game 3 with his chainsaw serve. This should be an excellent match unfolding in front of us here, guys. Buckle up. This is going to be a good one. And out of the gate, Zane comes up short on that two-handed backhand. Boy, that ball didn't miss by much. I thought that ball was actually going to land and saw the out sign from Tyson. And, you know, no argument from Zane there, so it must have been clearly out.
2-0.
Tyson up 2-0 here. A nice hold there from Zane Navratil, getting the ball back. Only down 2. Score is 0-2. Oh boy, that's tough right there. Even though Tyson's going to take that point, Zane not too mad about that. It happens to both sides usually. It washes itself out. Usually both sides have it happen at some point. That ball is hit a little too deep. Tyson really stretching for that aggressive deep serve. Scores 1-2 as Zane not able to execute on that rally. Quick side out. Tyson really trying to get going here in game 3. Score is 3-2. Zane with the 1-point advantage. Don't expect that to... Boy, I tell you, that's a dangerous shot right there. That ball just staying inside the line. It's 4-2. Zane looking very confident here in game 3. Oh boy, Tyson McGuffin defending off that attack from Zane Navratil. That's a true professional as he battles at the net. All right, tied up 4-4. Tyson with a monster forehand just sails out wide. I knew this was going to be a battle here at 4-4 on championship court. Tyson missing that one, just visibly just disgusted with himself there on missing that, but Zane just kept bringing the heat. It's 5-4 now. They're going to switch at 6 here in game 3, which this is identical to last game until Tyson really ramped it up and took the lead and never looked back in game 2. So Tyson has been here before. We're going to take a quick 60 seconds, take a quick break. They're going to switch ends, and we're going to do this second half coming up shortly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
All right, Pickleball Nation, this is Scott Golden coming back after the end change in Game 3. Zane Navratil with a 2-point advantage, up 6-4. Tyson's got to once again dig deep, finding himself behind. And another good one. Tyson looking at Zane and Zane saying, yeah, I got it. And ultra confident in that call. Tyson definitely couldn't call it out. That's too good. I think that's what Tyson needs to do more of is getting that return deep and then getting up there to the net. If Zane's able to control the ball and move Tyson around, it's going to be a tough day for Tyson. Tyson really being pushed here. Oh boy, that's tough. 5-7 now. After a good inside-out passing shot from Tyson McGuffin.
5-7. Start out.
1 point notched on the scoreboard for Tyson before he gives the ball back to Zane. That's the volley that Tyson was talking about putting away earlier. He's got to put that ball away quicker so Zane doesn't have time to recover. The longer the rally goes, the less chance a player has to win it. Six, seven. I believe that ball was very, very close. I don't know if it was in or out from my perspective, but Tyson confident he made the right call. So now 7-7. Oh boy, that is so good. Tyson looking to the crowd for some encouragement, puffing his chest up as he gets that one. Signature bark. It's 8-7 down the stretch here. Both players looking to focus, dial in, dig deep, and figure out a way to win this. A slight advantage for Tyson McGuffin. Tyson getting a little too amped up there. Zane knew as soon as that ball went by him, he said missed it. So he knew immediately that ball was going to be out. 7-8. That's a great ball right there, extending Tyson's reach all the way out, unsuccessfully unable to get it over the net. It's 8-8 now as Zane throws up that chainsaw serve. Tyson looking hard at that ball, calling it wide. All right, we've got a timeout, 8-8. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back after this hydration break from Jigsaw Health. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Court 2. So, how did you do?
Won that one. On to the next.
Michelle Esquivel, Court 3. Ben John, Joey Ferrarius, center court.
Gotta go.
Lucy Kovalovica.
Good luck.
Irina Irina, court 3.
All right, and we're back after that 60-second break. Zane Navratil, Tyson McGuffin, two gladiators in our modern day sport going head to head. Tyson looking to attack that ball mid-court out of the air, but it was low. It was at his shins. Maybe not the best shot to attack, but no harm, no foul if he can get this stop here. He said sorry. He said the shanks. He shanked it on that ball, but let's see what we can do here. As far as a game 3, you can't ask for anything better. Tyson missing that one as Zane takes a big, deep breath. What a shot, a two-handed rip right there from Zane Navratil, passing the forehand of Tyson McGuffin. A nod of respect. A big, deep breath from Zane again as he exhales and hits that chainsaw serve. I tell you, that's a good spot from Tyson McGuffin there. 8-9 is the score. These are big points. A lot of weight on these points right now as they come down to a tie ball game at 9-9 in the third. This is going to be a finish you won't want to miss here, folks. Oh boy, what a shot right there from Tyson McGuffin. Zane said, it's going out, just let it go out. And then response from Tyson was, mine always go in. All right, 10-9, it's match point and game point. And there it is. Tyson McGuffin with a nice inside-out passing shot. Nothing Zane could do about that ball. Tyson McGuffin going on to the finals on Championship Sunday against world #1 Ben Johns. The best Zane Navratil can do now is third place. Valiant effort from Zane Navratil. He fought, scratched, and clawed till the bitter end. 11-9 final. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action on Championship Court #1. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back after this.
There will be times that your opponents are looking to use speed to challenge you. You better be ready to handle this onslaught. First off, when under attack, the primary goal is to get the ball back in play. But if you really want to put an end to the problem, you're going to have to do more than that. While it's always nice to be able to counterattack, this only works if the speed of the ball coming at you is insufficient and if you're expecting the attack to come. If that's the case, then give them a taste of their own medicine. But in cases where a counterattack is impossible, it's time to go for the next best thing, and that is to relieve the pressure by getting the ball down low. Remember, opponents at the net are always looking for something high that they can pounce on, so the best way to defend against this is to get the ball down low, below the level of the net, so that the other team has to hit upward. From this position, they won't be able to hit very hard and still keep the ball in play. So there's a good chance that you've weathered the storm, at least for now. Being able to defend with a low ball requires excellent paddle angle control. Because the ball is coming on a fairly straight trajectory, you'll want to send it back also fairly straight. This means having a vertical paddle angle and making solid contact. It will also be important to absorb the speed of the oncoming ball. Too much speed and the ball will stay elevated, allowing opponents to complete a 1-2 punch.
Hi, everyone. We're here live with Tyson McGuffin. What a match. Coming back in 3 games, taking that one. What do you say to yourself when you're down 1 game going into the second?
You just keep battling, keep fighting. Kudos to Zane. He played great. Won 11-9 in the third, so it was very, very tight. We actually just played at the U.S. Open. Same sort of deal as last. It's a tough guy to play, and happy to walk away with the win.
And talk about how hard it is to play 3 or even 4 days of play in a row. How do you take care of your body?
Yeah, so, I got an IV drip yesterday to get some good fluids in me. Got a massage last night. So I do all the recovery stuff to keep this 31-year-old nice and fit, if you know what I mean.
Yep. We saw you out there giving some product to the fans. What were you giving out?
I was actually passing out one of my paddles, and I'm actually known to do that. I think I'm the only player that actually does that.
I've never seen any other pros do that. All right, congratulations. You're going on. We're going to see you in the final against Ben Johns on Sunday. And now we're going to take it back to the court. You're going to see the ladies' semifinal going on now.
Mic shove.
Yep, you got me right in the mouth.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Scott Golden back on championship court, day 1. This is men's and women's pro singles. We just saw the second semifinal of the day for the men's Open Pro. Winner of that one advanced on to play against Ben Johns, world number 1. That happened to be Tyson McGuffin in a close 11-9 final in game 3. Congrats to Tyson McGuffin as he will play in singles on Sunday, on Championship Sunday against, like I said, Ben Johns. Next up, as you see on the court warming up, world number 1 female player in the world, Simone Jardim, going to do battle with one of her close friends, Katherine Parenteau. Katherine just took down Callie Smith earlier. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where these ladies came from to get to where they are. No surprise, Simone Jardim got a bye in the first round. Then she went on to beat Christy Chargot 11-4, 11-2. And now she's squaring off against Katherine Parenteau, who took down, like I said, Callie Smith in the first round. Leah Jansen beat Annalie Waters in 2 games, 15-13, 12-10. She's sitting in the finals waiting on the winner of Katherine Parenteau and Simone Jardim to see who she's going to play. Remember, this is a new format at the pro level. They are not able to come back after a loss and recover to play for a gold. So whoever wins this one will play for gold against Leah Jansen. Whoever loses will play for the bronze. And all championship matches will be held on Sunday, what we're calling Championship Sunday. Katherine looks like she's going to be serving first. We've got Julie Scott, Kyle Yates' mom, doing the match for this championship court showdown, if you will. Simone looking sharp in her attire. I don't know what brand she wears, but it does look good on her. It's nice bright color. She's got bright pink Nike shoes on. Pink visor and a pink wristband to go with it. And Katherine Parenteau toning it down just a little bit with her black and white. And here we go. Katherine's 2-handed backhand missing wide there. is precision at its best as Simone rolls her two-handed backhand past Katherine Parinto. Side out. Nice shot there. Simone with the nod to Katherine Parinto. Score is 1-2. That's great execution there from Katherine Parinto. She didn't hit that overhead super hard, but she was able to play the next ball with some finesse and move it around. Simone not able to get to it. Score is 1-2 once again. Katherine Parinto tying it up 2-2. Oh my goodness, that was insane. That ball down the line from Katherine Parinto. Simone thought she was gonna roll the ball and anticipated it, but Katherine rolling that ball down, taking that ball down the sideline instead of cross court. Good hustle there from Simone, but unable to keep it in bounds. Katherine looking very sharp early here against world number 1, Simone Jardim. Don't expect Simone to go anywhere. It's not uncommon for Simone to drop a game in a set, but she rarely misses an opportunity to close out a game 3. So we'll see how this unfolds as early Katherine Parinto looking very sharp. And just as I say that, she puts the forehand third shot into the net. All right, scores 5-2 after a hold from Parinto. (6-2). Nice passing shot from Simone Jardim. Katherine Parinto looking very strong right now in game 1 against number 1, Simone Jargin. That ball almost landed. It looked like it was going to go way out. It was a little closer than what I thought it would be. 2-6, I believe. Simone making a move here. 2 points in a row as she slaps her side. 4-6. All right, 6-4. Got a good little rhythm going here. Seven, 4. A 3-point early lead in game 1. Both these ladies executing their shot with precision. Simone getting the better end of that exchange. Oh boy, that is a great shot by Katherine Parinto. As Simone mistimed that just a little bit, giving it a 4-point advantage now to Katherine Parinto. I think Simone knew she missed that serve right away. It's now 9-4. Boy, that is really well played. Simone, thinking the game was over there, started walking to the net, and Julie, the referee, informed her it was just 10-4. So a timeout called by Simone Jargin. This is Scott Golden back after this 60-second hydration break. We'll see you soon.
I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Could you sign it?
Yeah, I signed all those.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself, personally.
Okay.
Maybe just a...
All right, this is Scott Golden back after that 60-second hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. And Katherine Parinto in a commanding lead at 10-4, serving it out. And there it is. Game 1 in the books. 11-4 final of that game 1. They're going to take a quick break. I think they get 2 minutes between games, and then they're going to come back and do battle once again. We're going to see how this goes. Simone not looking quite herself in game 1. Katherine Parinto, I'm sure, happy to have a game up on the world #1 female player in the world, Simone Jargin. Athena giving a little bit of coaching or advice to Katherine Parinto as she gets ready to do battle in game 2. Simone looks like she's going to be serving from that side first. The wind will be slightly in her face, blowing in that direction, and Katherine Parinto has the wind behind her back. And here we go. That's a nice ball by Simone Jargin there. Simone looks like she's going to retire. I think she's just tired. I think that's the exchange that I heard, that Simone's just tired. She's not going to be able to finish. Singles is just not in her agenda this week. She's going to pull out. Looks like Katherine Parenteau is going to be able to move on. You hate to see that from a spectator viewership standpoint, but she is human. Simone Jargin taking care of herself and her body, recognizing she's got a long weekend ahead of her. We're going to take a break. This is Scott Golden here at the 2021 PPA Atlanta Open Tour Stop. We'll be back to the action soon.
Jardim.
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 Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim? Esses gringos não sabem falar teu nome, não?
Ah, tu não tem noção das coisas que eu escuto. Jardim, Jardim.
Jardim. I knew I heard it. I got it. Simone Jardim. I don't know how she doesn't know how to say her name.
When hitting a third shot, one of the options is take a great big swing and just rip it. Hitting a third shot drive can be an excellent way to challenge teams that you don't think can handle your speed when they're at the net. Drives are also good options if you're struggling with drops, since generally the drive is an easier shot to execute. Let's be clear on the tactical thinking behind the drive. At a minimum, a good drive prevents the opponents from attacking. If the ball is low and fast, there's a decent chance that the opponents will get the ball back in play. But so long as they aren't counterattacking effectively, a drive that leads to a non-threatening volley is at least as effective as avoiding trouble with a drop. And when the drive is hit particularly well, the shot can do more than just neutralize a net team. A good drive can lead to outright points, or an easy setup and put away. A good drive is fast and low. Generally speaking, it is easiest to hit when the ball received is around net high. This lets the hitter swing freely on a level path. While lower balls can also be driven, these typically require topspin and reduce speed to help keep the ball in the court. Another good time to drive the ball is when the drop isn't appealing. This could be because wind conditions are difficult, or because the return of serve is challenging due to its speed, spin, or depth. When it comes to driving the ball, technique matters. A forward impact point is important, as is a relaxed hitting feeling. Players who can rotate through the shot will be able to generate speed more easily. After hitting the drive, the player might want to wait to assess the quality of the shot before moving forward. If, however, the hitter or their partner assume the drive will be challenging, they can move forward as the ball is hit to look for something high to put away. We head to Las Vegas for the 2020 Pro Players Cup as part of the PPA Championship. Far side of the court in red, Dave Weinbach, along with his partner Ben Johns. And on the near side of the court, in the yellow, is Matt Wright and his partner Tyler Loon. Let's watch the rest of this point and then break it down. All right, pay attention to Dave Weinbach here. He really is the hero of this point. He's going to serve and slide to his right, putting his backhand in the middle of the court. Notice it's a pretty short serve, but that's okay for Weinbach and Johns because they prefer to dominate at the net. That's where they're most effective. And you'll see here, Weinbach coming up really early as Johns hits that third shot drop. I recommend doing that only when you have a lot of confidence your partner's going to play a good third. Weinbach's applying maximum pressure here to Matt Wright. So what does he do? He says, hey, there's not much pressure with Ben Johns at the back of the court. Let's just keep that ball deep. It might not win us the point, but at least it won't hurt us. Notice right here, Weinbach backs up, anticipating an attack. That's a bit of a high ball on the right forehand. He backs up, he's ready for it. Ball doesn't come to him. Have you ever been told that you should have your paddle up? Notice where Weinbach's paddle is. It's below his waist. We're going to come back to that in a minute, but remember, his paddle's pretty low here. After a few tries, Johns hits a great drop. Both he and Weinbach identify that this is the case. It's going to force an upward hit, so they move forward, applying pressure. Now remember how Weinbach's paddle was below his waist? What's going on here? Why was he able to defend so well and counterattack? Well, that's because his paddle is just barely above net height. It doesn't need to be chest high, it just needs to be as high as the ball is going to come. And Weinbach knows that if Wright hits this ball fast, if it's much higher than that, that ball is going to sail out. So even though his paddle wasn't high on his body, it was at the right height where an attacking shot would come. And because his paddle's in the right place, he's able to counterattack, accelerate off that backhand side, go to the open court, and he lets Wright know he's happy with that outcome. Let's look at this point one more time. 4 of the top players in men's pickleball. I love watching all 4 of these guys play, and a really nice job of rethinking a little bit where the paddle needs to be and how to counterattack when that ball comes hard at you. This has been another PPA Hot Shot. I'm Mark Renison, and this has been brought to you by Pickleball Cocktail.
Oh, man, my mouse battery's dead again.
I got you.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Man, I'm still hungry.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, Ben.
Oh, cramp.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, man.
Here you go. Pickleball cocktail.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Oh, man!
I got it. There you go.
Thanks, Ben.
So, you're engaged in a dinking rally, and it occurs to you that maybe your soft game is weaker than your partner's, or perhaps your opponents are just testing to see if you can handle the pressure. For now, we need a strategy to get you off the hot seat. Most players are far more comfortable dinking cross-court than they are down the line, and with good reason. There's a lot more margin for error cross-court. To get yourself out of trouble, it's time to start dinking down the line. Not just once, not just twice, do it continuously until your opponent either takes the risk of attacking you or redirects to your partner. If they are comfortable dinking down the line with you, then you can instantly make yourself the most dangerous player on the court by straddling the sideline and the kitchen line. Or if you're feeling very ambitious, by attempting the famous Ernie shot. Remember, it's the threat of these things more than anything else that's going to force your opponents to think twice about attacking you, and you'll get off the hot seat. For more lessons on a variety of topics, go to coachmepickleball.com. For more lessons on a
We're seeing offensive lobs become an exciting part of pickleball. While this is rarely done from the baseline, since opponents will have too much time to move and set up for the ball, a well-disguised and well-timed lob from the kitchen can get your opponents scrambling. A good offensive lob almost always looks like a dink before it is hit. A similar setup and paddle movement is key to not tipping off your opponent. The difference is the rate of acceleration and the swing path at contact. Adding a little topspin can help the ball drop a little sooner in the court. This means keeping the paddle face neutral and brushing up the back of the ball. One more thing to consider is the direction you play your lob. While a down-the-line lob is possible, you've got less room to work with compared to hitting cross-court. Generally speaking, a cross-court lob is more effective.
Could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right. That's why I stay out of kitchens.
Managing text chains is a hassle. Juggling social media threads is a part-time job. There should be a simpler way to play. At Pickle Play, we do it all. Find and add courts, find and message players, schedule events, create clubs and groups, and so much more. Download the only pickleball companion you need today. Pickle Play. Games for you.
Amen.
Okay, thanks for hanging in there with us all day, guys. This is Scott Golden in the booth, bringing you all the men's and women's pro singles action today. We've got a good third place matchup here. This is the bronze medal match between Frank Anthony Davis and Zane Navratil. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how these guys ended up where they have. This was a huge 44-team bracket here. Let's take a look, guys, see what we're working with here. Frank Anthony Davis able to take down young 19-year-old Jack Foster in a consolation match just before this one. 15-4. And then, I'm sorry, this is not the bronze medal match. This is the game to go to the bronze, I believe. So this is one game before the bronze. The winner of this one, I apologize, will advance to play Jay Duvier in the bronze. So yeah, this is a consolation match, 1 game to 15. Zane Navratil versus Frank Anthony Davis. All right, everybody, this is Scott Golden. We're watching the game right before the bronze medal match here at the Men's Open Pro on Thursday, men's and women's singles day. I've got a special treat sitting just to my right. A lot of you guys have heard his name on American Idol. I've got Philip Phillips joining me. What's up, Philip?
What's going on, man? Doing all right?
Man, I'm doing great, buddy. Doing great.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, man. So I had heard that you fell in love with pickleball and have a passion for pickleball.
Yeah, dude, like a year and a half or so ago, and like a friend of mine invited me out. I said, what the heck is pickleball? And I've been playing tennis for just a few years, not a few years, a few months before that, and then I got into pickleball pretty hardcore, and like I just play constantly. It's so
haven't
addictive.
Looked back.
Yeah, it's just so addictive, man. Like a 50-year-old or 50-year-old, I just played a 15-year-old kid and just spanking me, and then I'm 30. And then, you never know what's going to happen. It's always just it's adrenaline and it's a pace. And
is this your first tournament?
First time playing singles in a real tournament, yeah. So I'm playing singles, and I'm nowhere near this level. This is just so fun to watch. And I watch live. I watch it live almost every weekend and keep up with you guys and gals. And met Simone. She was so nice. She said she was a fan. I was like, I'm a fan. And she's just cool. She is.
That's awesome.
That's the whole pickleball community. Everybody's cool, man. It's just
nice. Yeah, for
yeah,
sure. That's one of the things that really drew me in is the people of pickleball. Just seems to be a good atmosphere of people.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what we talk about all the time. Everybody's super friendly and just watching these pros, man, it's just the athleticism is insane. I was watching John's and Tyson, all these. John's legs are like bigger than me. I was like, man, I didn't realize he's that big of a guy.
I agree.
Like, man, I have a lot of work to do.
No, I completely agree. When I saw his tree trunks the first time, I'm like, my goodness.
It's like, golly, just yeah. My wife, I'm glad she didn't come because I have just chicken legs. She's like, you need to get bigger legs than that. So do some squats.
Hit the gym, bro.
I know, right?
That's great, man. So how are you doing in singles right now? Are you
doing pretty good? Yeah, just I think we're about to start the. I think for bronze to go to the final match. So I'm doing pretty good. Just trying to stay concentrated and stay focused. So it's fun, man. It's all about having a good time, but it's also that competitive. You want to win.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, it's super fun watching these players. Like I watch so many videos, it's pretty pathetic.
I love it.
Just dissecting like, I need to do this, I need to do that, and. Just fun, man.
Yeah, you find yourself falling in love with it, and then you want to get better. So then it starts that journey of improvement and practice, and you got to try to put it all together on the court.
Absolutely, we have a group of guys I play with back at home, and there a couple of them are just really great players. Obviously, with a tennis background, and just playing against them, it's so much fun. You just learn so much. Always something to learn with anything, music, whatever it is. There's always something to learn.
For sure. Where do you call home? Is it in Georgia?
Yeah. So my wife and I were from a place called Albany, Georgia, a little further south of here. So we've got a kid now, and they were going to come up, but just too much with an 18-month-old. He loves one of his first words. It's kind of funny enough was. It's pickleball, but he said ickleball.
He said ickleball.
And he loves it. He carries around my paddle. He doesn't want my other paddles. He's like, no, I want that one.
I love
Daddy.
it.
So.
By the way, what paddle do you actually choose to play with?
I use, it's just the first one I kind of ever used was the Paddle Tech Tempest Wave.
Yeah,
Pro.
the Tempest Wave
I like it, yeah.
That's a great paddle.
Yeah, it works.
Absolutely.
But then if it's not working, I just blame it on the paddle.
Of course, it's always the paddle's fault.
Absolutely. You play a lot?
I do. I've been playing about 4.5 years.
You got to get on these courts.
Yeah, no, I'm playing mixed doubles on Saturday,
Nice.
but this is one of my other passions is doing commentary. But I actually do play at the pro level some, and typically play 5.0 if I'm going to play.
Man, I don't want to face you.
So
Give me a couple years. I'll
absolutely
come after you.
Yeah,
We'll
we're kind of built the same.
Yeah, I know. It
structure.
might be a good match.
You and I would
Probably
have a good
not.
match.
You got the flip-flops on. You're super relaxed, so you'll definitely beat me.
I love it, man. I love it. But, yeah, I wanted to get you on here for just a second. I know there's a lot of fans of American Idol and a lot of fans of Philip Phillips. And, when the word got out that you were going to be at this tournament, I thought no better way to get people to just listen to you for a second about your love for pickleball. And
yeah, I'm easygoing, man. There's been a few people coming up, and I'm a pretty easygoing guy. So my wife would beat the crap out of me if I didn't act nice. So
that's right.
But yeah, I appreciate you having me, man. This is awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
for
gonna
sure.
keep watching, and like I said, I think I got a
Yeah, I was
going to
say you're probably getting called soon. So man, I enjoyed your time here with me, and if you ever want to get back in the booth at any point, just let me know.
100%, man. Definitely will. I'll keep watching every weekend.
And just keep getting better, man. We'll see you on this pro stage at some point.
All right, we'll see you.
All right, Philip. Thanks, man. All right, guys, that was a special treat. Philip Phillips with a nice little 2 or 3 minutes in the booth with me. I knew he didn't have much time, but he was gracious enough to come over here for just a minute. He's still playing 4.0 singles, and he's a pretty athletic-looking guy. He's kind of built a little bit like me, honestly. He's probably about 5'11", 150. So, really nice guy. Like he said, his wife, Hannah Blackwell, would beat the crap out of him if he wasn't nice to everybody. So I like that. That's a good wife right there. All right, back to the action, guys. That's a nice ball by Frank Anthony Davis right there. It's 8-6 as they switch sides. Frank Anthony Davis sporting that new Peepo black shirt and the Pickleball by Pros logo on the back of it. He's also got his signature Frank Anthony Davis logo on the sleeve. And also, looks like he's wearing New Balance shoes. He's got a nice custom hat that says FAD on the top of it. And of course, he's got that new Peepo paddle going. His lovely wife is joining him courtside. She's always at the tournaments. I don't believe they have any kids, probably just an animal like a dog or a cat, perhaps. I don't even know if that's accurate 100%. I feel like they'd be a dog couple if they had an animal. But they're going to switch ends. It's 8-6. Frank Anthony Davis with a slight advantage. Zane's going to have to work for every point, as Frank Anthony Davis is one of those gritty players, likes to drag guys into the deep end with them. Frank calming himself. He likes to do a lot of self-talk, a lot of calming maneuvers to try to stay under control. A rare missed return there into the net. So now 7-8. All right, we've got a timeout. Frank Anthony Davis drinking some water. Zane doing the same. We've got just a 60-second hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
I got your new paddle.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Sure is. Can you sign it for me?
Sure thing. Here you go.
Thanks. Here you go, Patrick.
You actually got it.
Are you forgetting something? You didn't get that from me.
Okay, guys, we're back to the action here. We've got a score of 9-8. Zane Navratil now taking over. It looks to be 10-8. As Zane is serving in a game to 15. Boy, that is a really good passing shot from Zane Navratil. Now taking the lead 11-8. That's a great exchange there from Frank Anthony Davis. A little look towards his wife on the sideline, a little fist bump. Some motivation for him after that little run from Zane Navratil. Frank finds himself in a three-point hole. He's got to find a way to dig out of it. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait one exchange because he did not get that third shot to go over. And now another chance for Zane Navratil to expand that lead. Oh boy, that's a tough shot right there. Frank hustling to get to that ball, but it's just too good. It's 11-8. All right, 11-8. Oh boy, that's a tough miss right there. Frank finding himself down 4 now to Zane Navratil. 13-8. All right, a timeout called from, I believe, Frank Anthony Davis, as it's now 13-8 after 2 missed returns. We're going to take a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health, and we'll be back in just 60 seconds.
The day before I start match day in pickleball, I make sure I have all my electrolytes. I would use the normal sports drinks that I grew up using. I started taking Jigsaw electrolytes. It's been beneficial and helped my game improve a lot. I know that throughout the day, I'm gonna be fine for those 12 to 14 hours if it takes that long. My body's gonna hold up. So that was great, not having to worry about one more thing besides just playing pickleball.
Oh boy, that's tough right there. Frank Anthony Davis extending all the way out to hit that around the post with his backhand. Unbelievable shot. Maybe that'll electrify him and he can get something going after being down now 8-13. Or is it too late? Can Zane finish it off? All right, 13-8. That's a good ball by Frank Anthony Davis. Frank always seems to have a good smile on his face. He has a very pleasant, positive demeanor on the court, and it's refreshing to see. Winning or losing, he's going to give his best effort. He's going to give his best effort, and he's going to have a good smile on his face, a nice, pleasant attitude. 9-13. Yeah, that's really good. Frank saying nice shot there. It's 13-9 as Zane Navratil hits that chainsaw serve. Now we've got a game point at 14-9 as Zane Navratil looks to move on to the bronze medal match. If Frank wants a chance at it, he's going to have to get this side out. Oh boy, that's probably one of the best lobs I've seen in a long time. As Frank tracks it well, but it clips right off the white baseline, shoots out long, and Frank unable to get that ball to come back over the net. Great job by both players. This is Scott Golden joining you at the 2021 PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open. We'll be back after this for another match.
Yeah, in your paddle.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Would you sign it?
Why do you need my signature?
No,
if that's what you want, Patrick, I'm gonna need you to sign a few documents first. This is an NDA. Sign down here, initial and date.
Should I ask my lawyer about this?
I can't advise you on that.
Should I ask a doctor?
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
It does hurt a little bit.
Playing place on June 8th of this year. I had a heart attack. I knew that I wanted to get well as fast as I could. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me a sample pack of the stack. Now, even post-heart attack, I love being able to compete with the kids. The Jigsaw products, I think, are what are allowing me to do that. Anybody that wants to have hydration and endurance, they should be taking these products.
Beat Simone. Beat Simone. Beat Simone.
You're gonna need this.
Thanks, Ben. Well, hey, Simone. All yours.
Not today. Break's over.
Drop something.
That's a wicked backhand.
Girls, I love being a girl. I love to play. I love to inspire. And I love to have fun. So you go girl. Go play. Go inspire. Go have fun. Because it's fun to be you. It's fun to play. It's fun to inspire. And it's fun to feel good.
It's fun to feel good like you should. It's fun to feel good like you should. 'Cause life is way too short to feel a little crappy. It's way more fun to feel healthy and happy. It's fun to feel good like you should. It's fun to feel good like you should. Oh, so if you wanna feel your best, put Jigsaw products to the
If there's one shot in pickleball that really defines it as a sport, you could argue that it is the third shot. Specifically, the third shot drop. Advanced players need to have this shot in their toolkit, as it's a critical part of neutralizing a team that is at the net and looking to pounce. But sometimes people misunderstand what the third shot is all about, and what makes it an effective one versus an ineffective one. First off, it's important to think about what the opponents are looking for when you play this third shot drop. Obviously, they're quite happy if you hit the ball in the net or out of bounds. But assuming you get the ball in play, what are your opponents hoping for? It's pretty clear that they'd like a ball that's nice and high and juicy, one that they can hit downward and with speed. So it's helpful to think about a good drop as being one that prevents the opponents from getting what they want. That is, a good third shot drop forces the opponents to hit up on the ball, by the ball moving low enough and slow enough that it descends between the net and the opponents. Hitting the shot will limit their ability to hit hard and still keep the ball in play. So when we're assessing the quality of our drop, the assessment shouldn't be based on where the ball lands or even if the ball lands. And it shouldn't be based on which side of the net the apex occurs. But it should be based on what the shot does to the opponents. Does it force them to hit up on the ball? If so, you've done your job. And if it doesn't, you haven't. So what does it take to hit a really good drop? Really, it's about controlling two variables: the height of the ball and the speed of the ball. Line these up well, and you've hit a successful drop. Misfire, and you won't. It can be helpful to think about the target as being no more than 1.5 paddle heights over the net. Most successful drops go through this target. But hitting through this window is not sufficient. The ball must also be traveling slowly enough that when it passes through this window, it has enough time to drop before it gets to the opponent's paddle. So that means speed control. A short backswing will help to keep the ball moving slowly. A compact backswing, with a forward impact point and stable paddle face, will make it much easier to keep the ball's speed under control. And of course, controlling all of these variables is much easier if you are well set up at the moment of contact. Finally, there's a reason that the pros typically send their drops cross-court. When you hit down the line, you're hitting over the highest part of the net. Also, you're hitting to the smallest part of the court where you have to get the ball down low. Hitting cross-court, on the other hand, gives you a greater margin for error since the net is lower and you have more space to work with. Players should think about what they do after they hit their drop. Generally speaking, if it's a successful drop, it's relatively safe to move forward, since the opponents can't hit hard and still keep the ball in play. If, however, the drop is net high or above, players are better off staying back in anticipation of something fast. What should you do if your partner is preparing to hit the third shot? One option is to stay back and assess the quality of the drop before moving forward. If it's a good drop, it's fairly safe to continue advancing. If it's a poor drop, you'll be happy that you stayed back, so you'll have more time to defend. If, however, you are confident with your partner's ability to hit a great drop, You might start moving forward before they hit the ball. While you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket, this early movement will allow you to apply pressure on your opponents sooner. Again, a lot comes down to how much trust you have in your partner to hit a high-quality shot. Third shot drops are not offensive shots. After all, you're hitting a slow-moving ball right to your opponents. But they can be shots that limits your opponent's ability to cause trouble. They're neutralizing balls. Make sure your focus is on forcing your opponent to hit the ball up to get it over the net, since this will limit their chances to hit hard and keep the ball in play. Maintaining great height and speed control is going to be important, and playing cross-court will generally be a higher percentage option. Assuming the serving team plays a successful drop, and the net team replies with a dink, there's a strong likelihood that a dinking battle will ensue. Let's make sure we are clear on the key technical and tactical elements of this exchange. First off, a dink is, at its base, a neutralizing shot. When forced to hit up on the ball, players are trying to prevent sending something high enough that it can be attacked by their opponents. So the priority should be sending something slow and low enough that it forces the upward hit from the opponent. A very short backswing, combined with forward impact point and a stable paddle face, will make it easier to play this ball with control. But as pickleball advances, we are also seeing players use dinks more than merely neutralizing shots. Instead, players are starting to use dinks to apply pressure on their opponents through speed, direction, and spin. By moving an opponent or team around, it becomes more difficult to hit with great control. And by hitting balls on the rise or taking them out of the air, players give their opponents less time to set up and recover. Finally, we are seeing players use more and more spin on their dinks, both as a means of controlling the height of the ball, but also by making the rebound of the bounce a little more difficult to handle. Topspin dinks, most commonly seen on the forehand, cause the ball to rebound faster toward the receiver than a flat or non-spinning ball. And backspin can cause the ball to skid after landing. Again, the priority of the dink is to avoid the high, easy-to-attack ball. But by controlling speed, spin, and direction, you can make it more likely that your opponent sends you a ball that you can end the point with.
As a beginner coming in, some of the things that I want you guys to focus on early on is getting to the right grip and getting comfortable with the right grip. There's a huge range of acceptability in pickleball as far as ways to play, as far as grips and stuff like that. We have, different racket sport background players coming in, and they all have their own little way to play, and I think that's the beauty in the sport. But personally, if I were to teach a new beginner coming in, this is going to be your basic grip. So think about it like you're shaking somebody's hand. And if you're a tennis player and you're coming in, we call this the continental grip. Basically, as the paddle runs down, you want to line up that index finger directly on the right knuckle of the handle. So this grip could be called the continental grip, the handshake grip. If you had a hammer in your hand and you're trying to hammer down a nail, this could be your hammer grip as well. So make sure that you get comfortable in this grip. As you're coming into this course and you're trying to get comfortable with your paddle, here's some paddle skill drills that are going to allow you to get really comfortable in this continental grip. So we have downs. These are our downs here. You can do anywhere from 10 to 15 downs in a row, and we're going to be in that same continental grip. Now we're going to work on some ups. Ups, you're just taking the ball out of the air and bouncing it up. Make sure that as you're doing this, that you're trying to meet the sweet spot that is directly in the middle of the paddle. If that's too difficult, and easier progressions for ups could be simply bouncing the ball off the ground just like this. Okay, so we're taking the ball off our paddle and then having it hit the ground. Okay, next little exercise or next little paddle skill drill we're going to focus on is going to be flip-flops. Okay, these are flip-flops. Okay, and understand how I'm always in the same grip. Okay, the last thing I want you guys to do is be changing your grip and to be adding in way too much. Next little exercise is around the world. So first I'm going to go counterclockwise, And basically I'm gonna roll this ball around the edge of the paddle. So all these little drills are really just allowing me to keep the paddle still. And then if that's too easy, now I'm gonna go clockwise, okay? But the main idea is keeping the paddle stable, getting really comfortable with the grip. Last thing here, if you get really good at these drills, you can start adding in some tricks. Here's some of the tricks that I do. I might do a flip-flop. I might bounce it off the edge of the paddle. Okay, I do a flip-flop. I bounce it off the edge. You know, and also too, these are all little drills that you can do at home. You can do in your garage, you know, things like that. So these are all drills that can be done in a wide variety of locations. This segment, we're gonna be talking about ground strokes. A ground stroke is a ball that you take off the bounce. Usually takes place back at the baseline. You're gonna see yourself taking a ground stroke off of your return. So after your opponent hits a serve, you're back at the baseline. You're gonna take a ground stroke and hopefully come up to the net. Another example would be after you serve, your opponent returns, and then on your third ball, you can be hitting a ground stroke as your third ball. Some of the natural tendencies that I see at a lower level as we get hitting ground strokes are, you know, we tend to overswing, we tend to overdo it. I see a lot of people trying to use their wrist. I see a lot of people slapping at the ball. So just know that if you're gonna maintain control with your ground strokes, if you're gonna get some easy power, if you're gonna hit the ground stroke nice and clean, it all takes place from your shoulder. It all takes place by closing your stance. This is an open stance, this is a closed stance. Anytime that we get hitting a ground stroke and you have time, I want you looking to close your stance. So as a tennis player coming in, this is gonna be an easy transition. So as we hit a ground stroke, if you have time, I would love to see you guys closing your stance. This is an open stance, okay? And my hands are at ready position. This is gonna be a closed stance, okay? So as we close our stance, I want all the weight to end up on our back foot, okay? Right as the ball comes, the ball is bouncing up. The last thing I want to see you guys doing too is, and I would say like another natural tendency is I see a lot of beginners taking the ball too early, meaning as the ball is coming up, you're swinging super fast, and it's just that idea of lower level players coming in, they want to panic and they want to rush and they want to hit the ball as quickly as possible. When you hit the ball as it's coming up, the ball is at its fastest pace. The ball deaccelerates a lot as it starts to come back down. So I want you making contact as the ball starts slowing down and as the ball starts dropping. So we have going from ready position to closed stance. Okay, we're gonna call this getting our paddle back to set. This is set. Keep in mind, we're always in the same grip. Our grip is always in continental, okay? Continental, hammer grip, or handshake grip. Paddles back in continental, okay? Paddles back at set. I wanna point the butt cap directly at the ball when it comes, so butt cap is facing at the ball. It's kind of like my guider, okay? All the weight is on my back foot. As I make contact, I want contact to end up around your left foot. So you see how your stance is closed here? As you make contact, this point of contact is gonna be around your left foot, okay? You're transferring your weight forward, and then you're finishing up above your shoulder. A couple things on the finish. Make sure we're swinging up low to high. Make sure the knuckles are facing at your ear. Make sure that your elbow is underneath your chin. Okay, and then also too, you see how I rotate my body and I point my hips and I point my belly button directly at my target. Okay, so there's a huge amount of stress being put into getting easy power with rotating your core. We have this whole kinetic chain going on. So on both forehands and backhands, same thing. I'm in ready position. Okay, or backhands, I'm in ready position, and then I'm going to close my stance. Whether you have a two-handed backhand, whether you have a one-handed backhand, there's such a range of acceptability, right? So keep in mind, you can have two hands on your backhand, or you can have one. As far as giving yourself more reach and being able to move more efficiently, I see a lot more. I see a higher percentage of people using one hand So on the backhand side, we're in ready position, and we're going to close our stance. I use a one-handed backhand, so I want you pointing that butt cap at the ball again, okay? And you're swinging low to high, and you're lifting up and over the net. This is your finish. So with that one-handed backhand, we're taking the paddle back, and we're looking directly at the ball. We're in this close stance. We're making contact right by our right foot. Anytime that we're in this close stance, I want your point of contact to be by that front foot. Here's my point of contact, and then here's my finish. Now, if you had a two-handed backhand, I want to see both hands being on the grip. So we're going to start in ready position. We're going to close our stance. Keep in mind that when you set your paddle, whether it's for a forehand or a backhand, I want you setting it right back to that back hip, okay, as you make contact. Just like your one-handed backhand or your dominant side forehand, I want you making contact by that right foot or by that front foot, and then finishing low to high. Keeping in mind that you're rotating your core, you have this whole kinetic chain going on, and you're pointing your belly button directly at your target. Some of the drills that you could do for ground strokes are going to simply be, having a basket of balls or having a bucket of balls back at the baseline. Okay, and you're going to do drop and hit forehands and backhands. This is just a good way to work on your technique. You're going to try to do a drop and hit forehand. You can do anywhere from 10 to 15, and then you can do drop and hit backhands. As we do a drop and hit, you're going to line up. You're going to line up in a close stance. Okay, you're going to drop the ball out in front of you, and you're going to swing low to high. So this is just a good controlled way where you're in a stationary position that allows you to really focus on your technique. Focus on letting the ball drop and getting that timing, and to be rotating your hips as you make contact. We can do forehands and we can do backhands. On the backhand side, same sort of thing. We're gonna close our stance. Backhand side's a bit more different as far as like the feeding and how you feed. So on the backhand side, we're actually gonna cross our arms, kind of like we're hugging ourselves. We're gonna toss the ball in the air. We're gonna let the ball drop, and then we're swinging low to high. If I had two hands on the paddle, same thing. I'm going to toss the ball up nice and high, bring two hands on it, and then swing low to high. So these are controlled drills where you're in a stationary position that is a self-fed drop and hit. Once you've mastered, that self-feeding drill where you're feeding to yourself and doing drop and hit forehands and backhands, next thing you could do, or like the next progression could be, you and your partner line up across from each other and try to hit down the line. Maybe you just hit down the line for 2 minutes on both sides and see how many balls in a row you can get. You can go down the line. You could try to hit cross court on both sides, both the backhand side and the forehand side. Another drill that you could.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging in there through those commercials as we get back to the live action now on Championship Court number 1. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action today on men's and women's pro singles day. This is the women's pro singles bronze medal match. As we said earlier in the broadcast, Callie Smith was only going to be able to advance this far anyway. So in reality, this is kind of the way that it should have worked out, as Katherine Parinto is going on to play in the bracket on Championship Sunday. This is the bronze. Callie Smith versus Irina Tereshchenko. And right out of the gate, Irina showing how dominant she can be. Quick side out. Callie guessing wrong there. She shot to the right. Looks like Irina was able to get a beat on that and took it back to the left. I think it's 1-0. That ball cut long by Irina there. what a forehand passing shot by Callie Smith. Irina Tereshchenko not even able to put a paddle on it as that ball whizzes by that paddle tech paddle that Irina Tereshchenko is playing with. It's another great exchange. Callie Smith putting that ball past the backhand of Irina Tereshchenko now. And this is our bronze medal match, like I mentioned earlier, so this will be 2 out of 3 to 11, win by 2. Only the gold medal matches on Championship Sunday will be 3 out of 5, which will be a new experience. Some of these pros are used to it. Some are not. Some of them like it, and some of them do not like it. I know Irina Tereshchenko in the past has not been a big fan of the 3 out of 5, but unfortunately for her, she doesn't have to worry about it this day, on singles day, as she's only playing for the bronze, and you cannot double dip and come back to make it to the gold. So this will be the best finish that she can get today, either 3rd or 4th place. One, 2 is the score. Oh boy, that one did not go where Irina Tereshchenko was hoping. She had 2 really nice backhand cuts, and that third one just dumped into the net. She got a quick timeout after that. This hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health, and we'll be back after this 60 seconds for more live action.
I want to think about when I'm playing is cramping or if you're able to perform 100%. Last US Open, I was playing singles and I was feeling like my right calf was getting like really stiff. And I was just like, okay, how can I help my body to perform better? When I start taking Jigsaw products, I'm gonna have energy, I'm gonna have good endurance, and I don't have to worry about me being tired or I'm gonna cramp, so I can just play 100%. You only have one body, so you need to take care of it.
All right, guys, we are back to the action here as Irina Tereshchenko took a well-deserved timeout, as well as Callie Smith. It's getting a little warm out there on the court. (4-1) after that timeout, and Irina missing that return out of the gate. Looks like it's 5-1. Hey, Chris. All right, score is 6-1. Callie Smith playing very well early. Oh boy, she got it. But lifted that ball up to Irina Tereshchenko, and she knew exactly what to do with that ball. So far early, there's been a few more unforced errors from Irina Tereshchenko, as we just saw that in her last shot, and she's given the ball back now. She's not extending these points, and she needs to try to extend some of these points and keep the unforced errors down. 6-1. Yeah, that ball was long. At first, I didn't think she called it, but she did. Sometimes they just hit it just for good measure. All right, there's a good serve. Missed return from Callie Smith, notching a point on the belt for Irina Tereshchenko at 2-8. I'm sorry, 7-2. I said 8. Miss hit there from Callie Smith. All right, Irina Tereshchenko, after getting down early 2-7, is now fighting back in it 1 point at a time. It's 3-7. Oh, too good there by Irina Tereshchenko. Oh, that's tough. That ball looked like it was going to make it over. But a decent little mini run there from Tereshchenko as she gives the ball back to Smith. She's closed that gap just a little. It's 7-4 now in game one. That's a really well-placed ball by Callie Smith. If Tereshchenko can't get to that one, you know it's hit well. Oh, wow, that's really great. Callie, this is funny. Callie actually hit the ball, and then when she rolled it, Irina Tereshchenko hit a winner, and then Callie was like out, as if to say that the ball that Irina hit first was going to be out, but she didn't let it go. It was pretty funny. That's a great construction of that point. She pulled Irina Tereshchenko to the right, to her right, and then went back to the left. And then the same thing back at Smith from Tereshchenko. A well-hit ball off that paddle tech paddle. Nice job there from Callie Smith. I love the backhand slice of Irina Tereshchenko. It's so smooth when she steps into it and hits that ball. She has a very distinct way of slicing that backhand. It's a signature move she has, and She comes from a tennis background, obviously, but even more than a lot of people come from a tennis background, but she just has a really, really good-looking backhand slice, and it does a lot when she hits it. Really appreciate how she does that. That forehand from Tereshchenko sailing long. Her body language is not great at the moment. She's got to compose herself and stay within her means, just like that. These tennis players that convert over like Callie Smith and Irina Tereshchenko just make this game look so easy, especially in singles. Great shot there by Tereshchenko, rolling that ball past Callie Smith. Timeout called from Callie Smith there. This hydration break is again brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action in just a minute.
Not today. Break's over. You dropped something.
That's a wicked backhand.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on hot.
All right, score is 7-9 out of that timeout. Oh boy, that's a dirty shot there from Callie Smith going back across the body of Irina Tereshchenko. If either one of these ladies can't put a paddle on the ball, you know it's a well-placed shot, as both of them move gracefully and with agility on this pickleball court. Another opportunity for Tereshchenko to close this gap here in game one. That was too good right there. Tereshchenko kept that ball alive just a little longer than I thought she was going to, even off a couple nice shots from Smith, but ultimately Smith able to capture that point and get the side out, so now it's 9-7. Oh, that's tough. You can never prepare or plan for that shot, but when it happens for you, of course you're excited. When it happens against you, you just shake your head and move on to the next point. It all seems to balance itself out over time. There's another point. Again, a well-placed ball from Callie Smith. Also another timeout. We're gonna take another hydration break from Jigsaw Health as Irina Tereshchenko and Callie Smith take a 60-second break to regroup. We'll be back to the action in a minute.
Alan, then the number. Orange evokes.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe.
Okay, and we're back to the action here after a quick 60-second timeout from Irina Tereshchenko. She's got no timeouts left. Callie Smith has one. Scores 10-7. As Derek Prince says the score for the ladies. And there it is. That one finishes off game one, 11-7. Derek Prince and his other referee are doing the two-referee system for this medal match. We appreciate the refs so much. We're gonna get a two-minute break now between matches, and we're gonna come back in just a minute and see the game two.
Not only is the speed and the power there,
Yeah.
the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big
Right,
sweet spot.
right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
Okay, guys, we're back for game two. Irina Tereshchenko was a little confused. We were waiting. I asked Derek Prince to wait for just a minute till we got stuff situated. And Irina Tereshchenko freaked out for a minute because she thought she missed the 10 seconds. She thought she was going to get called for a violation. All right, here we go. We're going to recall the score. Couple distractions here. There's a ball from the other court now. And it looks like we're about to kick it off. Derek Prince is going to get us going for game two as Tereshchenko is about to serve. Nice ball there from Tereshchenko thought it was in. It was called out from Callie Smith. And now we play on. Boy, that is a really good passing shot from Callie Smith. If Irina Tereshchenko can't put a paddle on it, again, it's just a beautiful, beautiful shot. As she does a great job tracking the ball. Callie pulling that one a little wide. Irina Tereshchenko hustling up there to the line. Boy, that is so good right there. She said something to the lady that was getting the ball. Maybe she didn't want. Got a little confusion. Irina Tereshchenko not looking very happy right now. 1-1. I believe she's frustrated with herself. It's hard to know exactly, but she just missed that backhand and looks a little frustrated. Her body language, like I said, not the best right now. Irina right there looked down at her feet, make sure she was out of the kitchen, not going to have a violation, and then by the time she looked up, Callie Smith was hitting it by her. But really, that's tough because you really shouldn't focus on your feet, but it's hard not to. That's another well-placed ball from Callie Smith. She's looking like she's in complete control at the moment. Complete control of her shots, her body, her mind. She looks smooth and confident. Irina Tereshchenko doesn't look as confident at the moment, but that can change on a dime. Just as we just saw, she's getting it going with a side out. Now she's got to find a way to put some points on the board. It's a great shot there. It's 2-4. Like I said, it can change at any moment. Momentum swings are inevitable in pickleball. And usually a player might get down early, is going to make a run and push. It's all about getting hot at the right time. Callie tracking that ball well. There's a good come on from Irina Tereshchenko. That's what we like to see right there. She's really fighting hard in these points. She's just got to stay composed, keep playing her game. She's got an excellent backhand slice, like I said. She sets up a lot of her points with that backhand. Found a way to take the lead here after a missed return. I'm sorry, it's 4-4. My apologies. There's a good rally won by Tereshchenko. She's got to dig deep and figure out a way to capture game 2 if she wants to force this game 3. Like many other pros have been faced with this, down a game. Have to unlock the keys to success. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back to the action after this hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Easy. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too. Come on!
Does he do that every time? Every time.
All right, we're back after that quick hydration break. These ladies are coming back on the court as we speak. Derek Prince and his other ref are moving back into their positions as well. Score is now 5-4 in the favor of Tereshchenko. It's a good timeout by Callie Smith. But Irina Tereshchenko coming out of that timeout still hot as she rolls that forehand past Callie Smith. Now we have a lead of 7-4. As Tereshchenko is inching ever so close to that elusive 11 points. Smith doing a good job of forcing the issue there and gets a side out after that good run from Tereshchenko. And just like that, Callie Smith is back within 2. It's 5-7. Blink of an eye, it's 6-7. And now a 3-point run unanswered from Tereshchenko. Now it's 7-7 as she gave up her 3-point advantage. Now she's burning one of her timeouts. So we'll be back after this 60-second hydration break by Jigsaw Health.
Lucky socks, lucky hat, lucky clock.
Dude, did you really have to bring all that with you?
Lucy, pregame rituals are very important. I'm sure you have some too.
Well, I have the most important one right here.
Yeah, obviously. Almost forgot. My lucky hairbrush. Old, reliable.
All right, Scott Golden back after that 60-second hydration break, brought to you by Jigsaw Health. And Callie Smith was down 4-7. She's made a good run, rattled off 3 points in a row, and now she finds herself up a game and tied 7-7. All right, scores 8-7. Tereshchenko's let this lead slip away. Now it's 9-7 after another error from Tereshchenko. After being up 7-4, she now finds herself down 9-7. Callie Smith showing great poise and composure as she's made this run back to 9. She's 2 points away from closing this bronze medal match out. Let's see what she can do. Okay, we've got game point and match point on the paddle of Callie Smith, trying to close out this bronze medal match in 2. Tereshchenko looking very flustered. That's point game match. Callie Smith able to take it in 2. Irina Tereshchenko not happy with her execution there down the stretch in game 2. She's going to take 4th place at the PPA Atlanta, Georgia Open on singles day. Callie Smith finishing with the bronze medal match after Katherine Parenteau squared off against Simone Jardim and Simone retired early. It looked like Simone ended up basically withdrawing from the next round, which would have been against Irina Tereshchenko. So Irina didn't have a chance to play and get loose, get in a good rhythm, and it showed just a little bit in that match just now against Callie Smith. Callie is all smiles right now, signing the pickleballs to give to the crowd. Derek Prince having her sign off on the scoreboard. We're going to take a break. This is Scott Golden, and coming up next is the men's pro singles bronze medal match between Jay Duvillier and I believe it is Zane Navratil.
I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Could you sign it?
Yeah, I signed all those.
That's not your signature.
That is indeed my signature.
But I did not see you sign it myself, personally.
Okay.
Maybe just a...
I got it.
Thanks, Ben.
I got it. Thanks, Ben. I got it.
Hello, this is Jigsaw Health.
Thanks, Ben.
I'm on a call.
Yours.
Thanks, Ben.
Gosh.
So close.
Out. That's clearly out. Out. Not even close.
Custom jobber right here. It's triple carbon polyfiber honeycomb tri-blend faceplate. Oh, and it's got Bluetooth. No. Look, here's what you're doing wrong.
Man, I love this sport.
No way she gets this.
Let's go! Thank you.
My turn.
Hi, I'm here with Callie Smith after she just took bronze. Callie, you were down in that second game. What did you say to yourself to dig your way back and take that second game?
I just felt myself getting a little bit lethargic, and I was like, Callie, do you want it or do you not? Like, I want it. So I dug in and one more ball back and tried to stay focused and in the point and in the moment, and it worked for me. So,
absolutely, and you took bronze. Was that the result that you wanted?
It was not the result I wanted, but I'm satisfied after losing my first one to come back and I guess get through as best as I could.
Right, a medal is a medal. I have something to ask you. It's a more personal question. We know that you do not play on Sundays, and occasionally the pros do have to play on Sundays. What will happen if you are scheduled to play on Sunday?
So I don't play on Sundays due to my religious beliefs. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and one of my beliefs is that the Sabbath day, which is a Sunday for me, is a holy day and a time to remember the Lord and to worship Him. And for me, playing pickleball doesn't really worship Him. So I guess it's a sign. It's a sign to God that that He's more important than pickleball, and I'll either withdraw or default if I'm scheduled on Sunday, or if there's matches that are scheduled, I won't play them. So and I know it's my decision, and so it doesn't hopefully it doesn't affect anyone else, but that's always kind of been it for me.
Well, we appreciate your honesty. Thanks so much for stepping up and doing a wonderful interview for everyone out there. We love your game. We love your style. We love you as a person, Callie. That is all from us here. We're going back to the court to watch the men's bronze medal match.
chains is a hassle. Juggling social media threads is a part-time job. There should be a simpler way to play. At Pickle Play, we do it all. Find and add courts, find and message players, schedule events, create clubs and groups, and so much more. Download the only pickleball companion you need today. Pickle Play. Games for you.
Hey, it's Alex Hamner with Vulcan Pickleball Paddles. I wanted to tell you about this V510 and how I just love some of the things it does for my game. It's a hybrid, so it's really good to help get power, like, from the baseline or on your serve. You want to get it nice and deep. It's good for that. But as I make my way to the net, and sometimes you got to do that defense, the little blocks, because you're just trying to drop it in the kitchen, so you can get your way up to the non-volley zone. And then while you're here, I can hit nice little dinks and drops. I've noticed my control with this paddle is just so much better. I can get a little closer to the line, I can place it where I want a little better, and yet the bonus, when you get that high ball, I still have plenty of power to put it away, and that's always fun.
I can't believe it. Ben didn't clean the whiteboard.
Okay, guys, thanks for joining us for the last match of the day. We've got Tom Whitson as our official referee. Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, serving first to Zane Navratil. This should be a very good matchup here, as both these guys are very exciting to watch. They're going to fly around this court. Expect some fireworks. And there's a nice ball from Jay Duvier as that ball rolled over just ever so gently. Oh, that was really well played there from Jay Duvier. One, 2 is the score. Jay going a long way to track that ball down and wasn't able to do much with it. He was so close to the net. He had to get it up and over. Boy, that was really impressive what he did right there. He took the pace right off of that Zane Navratil attack. Down the line, Zane couldn't even put a paddle on that one. Excellent. Great play there. Jay taking a 1-point advantage now. Jay kicking himself a little bit. He pointed like as if to say he meant to go the other way or should have gone the other way instead. But nonetheless, it's a side out. After a good run, it's 2-4. Jay coming out pretty strong here early in this matchup. Zane, sometimes a slow starter, usually picks it up and finishes strong. He takes a little while sometimes to get going, though. That ball very close to going out, but it did land right at the baseline there, so. 2-4. All right, 4-2. A rare miss serve from Zane Navratil. Oh, nice exchange. Navratil calling that last ball out. After that quick side out, Zane's got the ball back. I thought that ball was going to roll over, but unfortunately it did not. It's 2-5. That ball missing wide. This game's going to stay close, I would imagine. Go back and forth. Probably several lead changes between these two gladiators. Nice leave there from Zane Navratil as he recognized that ball was going to sail out. Score is 3-5. with the blink of an eye, it's now 4-5. Two-point run for Zane Navratil before siding out. Not the smartest move, but he did recover off of it. But then ultimately, Jay just a little too much on that. Nice shot there by Jay Duvrier, the flying Frenchman. This game's still close, as we suspected. 6-4 now. What an exchange here. Oh boy, that's tough. Oh man, what a point there. Zane had to hit about 3 shots too many. Jay and Zane exchanging a look. Zane in almost disbelief that Jay was able to get that last one before the final blow. But boy, that put a smile on people's face right there. You love to see that kind of effort. Jay just stretching out a little too much on that one. Boy, that's a good exchange. Jay plastering Zane with that durable, but Zane giving the thumbs up as if it doesn't matter to him. He would do the same. Score is 9-5. Jay just missing by about 2 inches on almost every ball that he's missing out wide. It's just by about an inch or two. 5-9. The rhythm right now in game one for both guys is a little suspect. Some choppy points. We had a couple good ones too as well, but a lot of these points have been from unforced errors or missed returns. The wind is definitely playing a factor right now. The wind's blowing into the face of Zane Navratil, behind the paddle of Jay Duvier. $5-10. All right, another game point opportunity for Flying Frenchman out of Wichita, Kansas. This is the bronze medal match. No opportunity for the winner to advance back to the gold medal match from here. The new format, which is the same as the US Open, is that once you lose, you are no longer allowed to get back to the bronze or to the gold medal match. And so both these gentlemen find themselves playing for third place. It's not as many timeouts today as I thought there would be in this game. In other ones, there's been good use of timeouts, but not so much here. First game goes to Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman, Vulcan-sponsored player. Zane Navratil, sponsored with Franklin. It's going to be down a game when we come back from this break. We're going to get about 2 minutes. And this is Scott Golden. We'll see you back in the action soon.
As if the year hadn't given us enough already.
Will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Okay, guys, this is Scott Golden back after that in change. Game one in the books, 11-5 in the favor of Jay Duvier. I know that name is not the easiest to say. I think I've got it to a point where people won't critique or criticize me too much, but that's still one of the tougher names to say out there, being that I'm not French. Oh boy, that's really good from Zane Navratil as he's coming out with a little fire in his stomach. He's getting that serve going. He's not happy about losing game one. Chainsaw serve getting a little out of hand there on that one. So it gives the ball back to Jay Duvier. All right, 2-0 score here. Nice attacking shot there from Jay as he gets up to that non-volley zone, using his length and reach to his advantage there. Zane not happy about that missed return. Jay Duvier finally on the board here. When these players are hitting these shots, it's funny to watch their facial expressions because they hit the shot knowing that they're hitting that shot, and when it goes out, they look so devastated that the ball didn't go in, and it's just because they I think they put so much effort into it. These guys put their blood, sweat, and tears into these matches, and every point matters. You can see it in their intensity and their focus. A little bit of wind here. The score's now 2-3. The wind's really picking up, guys. I don't know if you can tell on the video, but the wind is definitely becoming a factor. It's affecting some of the shots, some for the good, some for the bad. The wind here swirls in this stadium, and it also picks up and then dies. Zane just saying nice as he got burned back behind him, because sometimes you just have to guess where they're going to go, and if you guess wrong, you're going to look silly, but that's what these pro-level players do. They put the ball in deceptive ways. Jay asking if the ref saw it. He did not. Timeout from Jay. Not happy about those last sequence of points. We'll be back after this hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. This is Scott Golden. See you in a minute.
I got your new paddle.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Would you sign it?
Why do you need my signature? No, if that's what you want, Patrick, I'm gonna need you to sign a few documents first. This is an NDA. Sign down here, initial and date.
Should I ask my lawyer about this?
I can't advise you on that.
Should I ask a doctor?
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
It does hurt a little bit.
Okay, Scott Golden back after that hydration break. Jay Duvier and Zane Navratil battling hard here in the bronze medal match of the Men's Open Pro. This is the day one men's and women's pro singles day. Championship Court has been the host of many great matches today. This one included, as they come out of this timeout. Zane Navratil looking to win game two, push it to a third. Once he gets going like this, it's hard to stop him. It's like the freight train that gets out of control. He can take a game over in a split second, and it looks like he's starting to do that. Score is now 7-2. Oh boy, that was nasty right there. My favorite shot in the game, the Ernie. And when it's executed like that, it was flawless. Also in singles, it's pretty rare to see that, but Zane set it up perfect. 8-2. He's a much different player here in game two than he was in game one. Now up 9-2. 10-2, all of a sudden in the blink of an eye. Looks like we're going to see a game 3 unless something dramatic happens and Jay is somehow able to climb out of this deficit down 8. I don't see it happening with the way Zane's playing right now. But at the same time, Zane just missed a serve at game point, so we'll see if Jay Duvier can capitalize on that missed opportunity to close out the game. Sometimes it does happen. Unlikely, but you never know. Momentum can swing. Jay's up a game. He's feeling good. Let's see what he can do with this offensive series. Another miss from Zane Navratil. I thought he was going to put that ball away easily. He ended up missing it. Now it's 4-10. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he's cut the score in half. It's now 5-10. And Zane finds himself in a little bit of a predicament as Jay's heating up. I'd expect to see a timeout if Jay Duvillier scores another point. So Zane not able to get a good eye on it, giving it to Jay Duvier as if you can't see it clearly, it's in. Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, Jay is back in this game. He was down 2-10. It's now 7-10. He's rattled off 5 points in a row. Now it's 8-10 all of a sudden. All of a sudden it's a 2-point game. I may have jinxed Zane Navratil on this because I said it wasn't likely that he was going to come back and win this. All of a sudden it's 8-10. It's amazing how fast these games can change. And all of a sudden it's 9-10. He's brought it within 1. What a feeling Jay Duvier must be feeling right now as he's brought it back to within 1. And the body language of Zane Navratil is not good at the moment. Being up 10-2, losing that big lead. He's still got the lead, but he's not able to do it without calling a side out or timeout. We'll be back to the action soon.
Oh, that's an old person sport, but I don't think they realize how physically demanding it is with those quick bursts and long, grueling points. The first U.S. Open, I found myself cramping in 2 different events. When you start cramping, it's too late. And when I first started playing, I wasn't ready for that. The biggest difference I feel on the court with Jigsaw products is I'm not cramping at all. It gives you that mental confidence that your body's going to hold up. Jigsaw products will provide a lot of value to you both on and off the court.
All right. It's 10-10. Jay had the ball on that paddle of his to tie it up 10-10. Unfortunately, it sailed long, so now Zane Navratil with another opportunity to close out game 2. Oh, boy. That's out, although I do like the idea there, into the wind. So we have another chance for the Flying Frenchman, Jay Duvier, to tie it up after being down 2-10 before he made this big run. My goodness, that is such good execution from Jay as he rips one down the line, inside in, then comes back with a one-handed backhand cross court. Man, but he got that big point he needed, even though he didn't win the next one. He's tied it up 10-10. That's an 8-0 run from Jay Duvier. Oh my goodness, what a shot there from Jay Duvier, the Flying Frenchman out of Wichita, Kansas, looking to close this bronze medal match out in 2 games. It didn't look feasible at 2-10, and all of a sudden, it's tied 10-10. And there's another one. Oh, that's 11-10. That was game. I apologize. That was game point. And unbelievable comeback. That was a 10-0 run from Jay Duvier as Zane Navratil gives up a huge advantage in game 2, unsuccessful in finishing it out, and Jay makes the most of it. This is Scott Golden joining you live at the 2021 Atlanta Open here in Peachtree Corners, Georgia. That's going to wrap up our day here in the booth. We appreciate each and every one of you guys tuning in. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the doubles. We're going to do an interview with Hannah Johns and Jay Duvier coming up next.
Lucia Kovalova. Pickleball cocktail.
And cut.
Patrick, did you get all the shots you need? Because I would really like to go play pickleball.
Lucy, I'm making art here. Did Michelangelo take a break from the Sistine Chapel to go play soccer?
Places, everyone.
If she's got to go, I can take her spot.
Not only is the speed and the power there,
Yeah.
the consistency there, so then you can make every shot you can at every level.
Overall, I mean, I feel like I have plenty of feel, plenty of consistency as I'm hitting drops from the baseline.
That's probably the biggest thing for us is we need that consistency, like a big
Right,
sweet spot.
right.
And this Vanguard, holy cow.
The speed that I get with this paddle when I'm on the run is out of this world.
Game changer.
Hi everyone, we're here with Jay DeVilliers or Jocelyn DeVilliers. How did you make that comeback in that second game? You were down.
Yeah, it was tough. I felt like Zane was playing very well. I mean, I was not disappointed. You know, I was still positive. He was just hitting the shots, and when I got the serve back, I'm like, okay, it's my turn, and yeah, I played well on those points. I don't think he played bad. He just played a bit shorter, gave me more angles, and yeah, I just got closer and closer, and that was good. Not good for him, but good for me.
I need to ask, what role does your culture and your French nationality play in your game?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just here like fighting and trying to get better, and it's nice to represent France. And yeah, I mean, all the Americans are dominating right now, so we need to you know, to shake the word a bit, I guess.
And how far do you see yourself going in pickleball?
Don't ask me this. This is tricky. I mean, there are so many good players coming up. I mean, hopefully I keep improving and you know, like beat the top players. I'm still far, so you know, just fighting and trying to get better.
Jay DeVilliers, we're gonna cut to a break.